It seems like the microphone has been left on. Let me see. It's a bit loud in my ear. So guys, I'm going to whisper a wee bit at the start because the guys are just straight across from me. Maybe when the music gets turned up a bit later, I'll be able to speak a bit louder, but Walker the Talker is here on the Scottish Seniors Championship final day. Jim Stephen, Chris Payne on the main table right now. I see it's 2-0 to Chris. I've made the short journey from Glasgow to keep you guys occupied. I'm not sure how many people will be wide awake watching this just now, but when you decide to watch it back, you hear me talking a lot of rubbish before coming on because the microphones were left on. So I don't know who was in here last night. Right, getting a look here, not 100% sure what Jim's on. I'm going to assume it's the yellows. Is he going to play two cushions? He is. It looks like the black flies in, so he's okay there. I think just a delicate screw just down past the red would be perfect. I don't know what he's waiting on. Maybe he's frozen in time. I'm not sure. I think that's exactly what you want to do, Jim. It's absolutely perfect position there. You just have to come back maybe 6 inches just past the red. And a little bit of banter there, as Chris said, can I take a foul for him taking 10 minutes over this shot? I don't know why he expects anything less, to be honest. And that's just about perfect. Using up the full 50-minute allocation for a shot to play the yellow to get onto the black and get one frame on the board. Jim Stephen gets one back. Oh, 47 people watching just now. Thank you very much for the early morning tune-in. It is very much appreciated. And we'll be keeping you all company throughout the day. .48 as it moves up. We'll keep you tuned in throughout the day. There is 2 tables, guys. I will only be commentating on table 1, which will lead us to the final at some point later this evening. Mad Maz, good morning, mate. The one downside is that the main table is only about 15 feet away from me, and I am sitting at a table with a big screen. So there is no doubt that if I get any louder, the people at the back end of the venue would hear me. There is a private room up the back in here in Shooters. Maybe Mr. Garrick could maybe organise something in future to have Craig set up in there. I think that would make a hell of a lot of difference when it came to the commentary, but I think for Craig it's probably a lot easier here. So let's Let's split hairs and I'll just whisper until the music gets turned up. Yeah, absolutely love it. I've always, I mean, I'm saying I used an ash cue for a long time there, but I changed to maple because I've never been a player that uses the arrows. I never even realised, I suppose it's naive of me, but I never realised what the arrows on the cue were all about, people playing down them. And the actual Northwest cue that I had has probably got the best arrows I have ever seen on a pool cue, but I never used them. I cued down the opposite side of the cue, lines going across the way and stuff, but I changed it a maple cue. I was actually looking at it the other night. A few of the guys were having a game, and I'm looking and thinking, this is absolutely stunning. I just think the work that's gone into it is just next level. It's, yeah, absolutely love it. And the big difference for me was moving from a much smaller tip. I went from 7.7 to 8mm to 8.25, and I'm now playing with an 8.7mm. It took me maybe 5-6 weeks. I had to get my old cue, stick it in an old case and stick it out the way. Keep that for the wee man when he's a bit bigger. And yeah, it feels like I've had it for years, so I think that's testament to how nice a cue it is. Prestige Cues Scotland. Give them a look, guys. Grant is doing phenomenal work. Craig Heron, how are you, my friend? Good morning. Is it still morning? I think it is anyway. Yeah, as we're still getting a bit. The thing here for Jim is he's not really got many other options other than drop the red in, so there's not much to think about here. Oh, he's not on the red, so there you go, guys. That's me talking nonsense. I'm not really too sure about that shot. He's took a long time to just get down and hit that there. Cue cases. I mean, I'm a big fan of a nice cue case, don't get me wrong, but I do think that some of the ludicrous prices that you see on some of them these days, when they all really do the same job, but yeah, I mean, I've been looking for a specific cue case that's different to everything else for quite a while, and I know there's a guy that does very different pattern types, and his cases are absolutely stunning, but they are just a bit above what I would probably just go out my way to spend on a case, when, as I say, you can get numerous different ones for reasonable prices that do the same job. But I suppose people talk about, you go and spend X amount of money to get a cue, why would you not go and get a nice piece of equipment to look after it? So yeah, I mean, I suppose a good case is worth its weight in gold, and it's got to protect the thing that you play with. So, and I've got to think that maybe you have some kind of cases that's available. As Jim Stephen is going to roll this black in and level this match up. And the numbers going up. Fantastic stuff. At this time in a Sunday morning, either everyone is sitting with a hangover, lying on the couch. How are you, mate? Sorry guys, back again. Just having a wee chat with some of the players that have played over the weekend. Cruncher still flying in the event. Nailed himself into the top 16 for next year, which is absolutely superb. Watching the lightning fast Jim Stephen, he's come back from 2-0 behind. He's now 3-2 up. We've managed to get 61 viewers right now tuning into the main man, Jim Stephen, so he's got his fans out there. The fiberglass ones, fiberglass cases. I actually had one myself, but it didn't last very long. I sat it on a floor and it went and slid about 20 feet across the floor on a carpet, so I stuck some rubber kind of bottoms on it. And then I moved it on. Nice case, but just a bit awkward to stand in a corner. It was too slippy. Just had Graham Souness over having a chat with his there. Oh, Chris. Something like that. He's going to be late. So, Mr. Souness, it was in there, said he was going to the Rangers game. He's going to be late. Chris got off to a good start here. I think the mistake when he was 2-0 down was not managing to get hit on the red at the top, but he's in a bit of bother. Race to 7 though. He'll be comfortable enough. There's a long way to go in this match. If the yellow in the middle closest to the black, it looks like it goes in middle and bottom left corner, so Chris might have a chance here. If it does go in both pockets, maybe looks tight into the middle, but bottom left is a definite. And have a quick look at the draw. Some of the scores just now. Billy Stirling 4-3 up, and Christopher Ross. Christopher Ross, a good player. Jim Haddon 5, Brian Taylor 5, Chris White 6, Brian Garrick 4. Into the last 16 though. Kev McLeod 2, Brian Murray 1. Bert McAdam is 2-0 down to Scott Spencer, who had a fantastic day yesterday. None more so than his 7-1 victory in his opening game against Davy Forrest. That is no mean feat. Mr. Consistency. Paul McCormick 2, Chris Giffney 3. And as you can, on the other stream table, guys, 4-2, Niven Adams against Alan Barnes. So Niven in front in that one. Well, Tam, you are the winner of Billy Stirling's game, yep. In that last 16. I'm getting to the business end now, guys. Yeah, most of them. Most of the guys in here I've had a few matches with. Chris, who's on TV right now against Jim. I played Chris in the semi-final of the Tour Event 4 last year, before Jonesy beat me in the final. Jim Stephen, I've only really played in the odd flyer here and there. But most of the guys in here have at least played the odd occasion. Billy Stirling, Brian Murray, Alan Barnes. I don't know if I've ever played you in a tournament, Tim, have I? I don't think so. Eddie, I played Eddie in the Scottish seniors in here one year. I get the maddest fluke you've ever seen. Eddie nearly fell through a chair. Oh, it was unbelievable. I looked at him and said, I thought I could get through there. Aye. That's right. I had a similar, Tam was saying there, this morning he found himself behind guys and he went into the toilet, his hands were freezing. Give them a bit of a heating up under the heater and came back and played well. I had a similar thing against Mark Boyle in the semi-final one here, but I was sweating. I went in, splashed some cold water on my face, came out and started playing a bit well. There must be something in the toilets in here. And it's not what you guys are thinking. What trophy is Chris holding in his pick? It might be the European. I'm sure Chris won a European title, didn't he? Chris Payne. I said to him the last time about getting to a final, and he commented on the thing and says, and winning it. I'm sure he won an individual European title, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. I'm sure he won the European title. I remember watching it, but yeah, I think he won the European title. We'll find out for sure right enough after the match, but I remember writing on one of the forums on Facebook about different players, and I mentioned Chris about getting to a European final, and he wrote underneath it, and winning it. So, yep, moved to Greenock. Chris moved through to Greenock, started kind of drifting away from the main pool scene, but slowly crawling back. Lucky for us as well, he's in the Glasgow team for the counties coming up. Former Paisley start. The Paisley County disappeared and it's now back. I think they've got the biggest numbers this year. Yeah, they've started a new league separate, and they ended up with 81 IM entries, the biggest out of everyone. So I think it's one of they get rid of all the so-called superstars and started again. So and we've taken two of them. Yeah, Chris Payne and Sean Donachie. Aye, that's the thing. Yep. Aye. People that play the game a lot that we just don't get to see enough of. Aye. I know. We're playing pool the other night in the new Lockie's Bar in Barhead. Guys, if you haven't been in there, you should go and check it out. We're in Shooters Pool and Sports Bar in Kilmarnock right now. A cracking place. Brilliant venue. Plenty of TVs to watch the football and the scores. Tables recloughed on Friday for this event. Cannot ask any more of the people behind the scenes here. It just looks like he gets down and hits the ball at times, Jim. He just had a look over at me there. I can obviously hear us. Yeah. It does. It's mad, guys. So people out there that might not know Jim is easily one of the top guys that went toe-to-toe with Mr. Ross McInnes and stuff back in the day. And Jim ended up having a bit of a life, if you want to call it that. To me, I didn't know him that well. I had heard his name in passing at times, but it was like he came out of nowhere. When realistically he didn't. He was always there. He just kind of had a bit of a time of it in his life over the years. And he's come back and you have to say he's got a bit about him. That's a great shot. Yeah, you can only imagine how good he was, considering the fact that he's a danger to most players that he plays these days. .69 watching on a Sunday morning. You can't ask for more than that. Hopefully as the day goes on, we get into the high hundreds, especially towards the final. Looks as if he's landed a touch straight. Might be able to steal an angle. No. Bert McAdam having a look back. Mark O'Hooley 7-3-1. 7-3-1 against Gary Robertson. 7-2 against Davy Jack. I have to say, that's right. Mr. Consistency, Davy Jack, walking into Bert McAdam yesterday. Looking at some of the results from yesterday, I wasn't here. Keith Robertson, Sean Donachie, what a first round tie that is. Cannot believe that wasn't on the TV. Did he? That's right, Barry Thompson wasn't here either. Brian Garrick, who beat Andy McKinnon on TV yesterday. Big Bob Douglas as well. Wally Bigham. Would have been good to see Wally yesterday. Some absolute class acts in this event. Yeah, Paddy McAllister, guys, he said the fortunate evening last night that you didn't have to hear his voice coming over any stream. He never showed up. Jim Haddon's gone in front of Brian Taylor. Chris White was 6-4 up in that match, so that one's on the hill. Brian Garrick. Jim Haddon, a guy who religiously goes and plays IPA events, in front of Brian Taylor right now. It looks like a bit of controversy over there. They've got Campbell Dunlop over with his phone, trying to do something at the table. I don't know what's going on. Is he trying to get his camera through a touching ball to see if it's touching and expanding it? It looks like that was what it looked like he was doing. Well, Campbell is over telling Danny. Hopefully we get a bit of news on that. This is not the break you want. Well, I think Jim would prefer this more than Chris would. Yeah, guys, if you've got anything important to do, I would suggest doing it right now. When you come back, I don't imagine too much will have changed here. Yeah, the controversy in the Brian Taylor Jim Haddon match didn't sound very controversial at all. It seemed that Brian said Jim didn't have a yellow. It was checked on the camera and the yellow moved an entire ball. So Brian's obviously just slightly missed what he was looking at. And it's ended up leading to not a foul. Simple as that. Nothing crazy. That is one of the good things in here. There is a camera at every single part of the venue and it can be zoned into every table. I have to say, that is a setup in a million. Like I said, guys, I expect the viewers to drop down as you all go into town, do your shopping, book your holidays, whatever it is, and then when you come back, don't worry, we'll still be here. Is Chris saying that you can't hit the red and hit the cushion at the same time? I think you can. Oh, right. Ah, right. I remember you used to walk into some of the old pubs and you would see like teams you were playing against and they would come in and you'd go, whoa, what are you doing? And they'd be running the balls up and down the side of the cushions. Just checking if it's level. It's no level anymore. There's a big hole there. Ants Morrison, don't know if you're watching, Ants, but what has happened to you? Disappeared off the face of the world of pool. That's incredible. I mind him and Chick McCaig, the two of them used to go every single Friday night to play snooker. They would pass by the roadhouse every now and again and they would just absolutely hammer the snooker. And I think if you're already good at pool and you know all the kind of pool shots, that snooker must have helped a lot. Because as you say, I think Ants went on a run of winning so many tournaments and he just absolutely flying at one point. My former Glasgow doubles partner, we won the Glasgow League doubles together, me and Ants. I actually texted him last year and I says, well, not last year, before this year's pool. He's like, how are you getting on? I'll need to pop in and see you. And I says, well, mate, we've got a doubles title to go and get back. And he wrote, no chance. He's just not interested in the world of pool right now. Ah, really? He wants to have that buzz that he can put the time in and know that he's... Aye, that's true. the double, aye. I know. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to assume Boyle never ever won the Scottish. He won the senior Scottish. Right, so he's won both of them as well. Aye. That was the year he won it. Aye. That's right. Aye, so two former snooker pros. So guys, if that's not enough to get you in the snooker table, I don't know what is. No, I think you're spot on there. I think that's kind of they all had seemed to have that period. I remember speaking to, I think it was Renzi maybe about it, and it was it seemed to be that as soon as somebody won one tournament, one big tournament, they seemed to ride the crest of a wave and won quite a few. And as you say, McInnes, Holtz, McMillan, Morris, and Jason all been named there. Gibbsy, obviously Mark Boyle now. There's a question for you guys. I don't know if you've heard it, but after Ross McInnes, who is number 2 with the most Scottish titles? Maybe McDowell. Good answer. 3. Yeah, so it looks like none of the guys in the bottom line have won 3. A good answer with Alec McDowell, though. I'll need to get my fact checker to go and check that out. I think you might be spot on with the 3. And I'm hearing from one of the fact checkers that 3 and 4 years was what he won. As Chris Payne gets back on level terms here. To be honest, guys, I could see that frame lasting for about 5 days, but we're going to fire you another 6 questions there. As Chris knocked in the black. Aye, boss man. You think of some of the talent. I think that's a great point because he won them in succession. You do kind of tend to forget because as the years go by, you remember certain winners for certain times. But somebody winning 3 and 4, that has to be some kind of record. I mean, I don't know what McInnes. I know McInnes has won more Scottish than anybody on earth, but I just wonder if Ross had won them all concurrent, if you know what I mean, or was it one, then he won 2 another time, then it was one, then another. Yeah, that would be good. The order of IM number 1's Reynolds. IM number one in the rankings. I mean, I don't know about the order. When did the IM start? So was Renzi number one when the IM started? Is that what you mean? Or are you just meaning all the guys that have been number one? The next is easy and lasted for years. I know you would think, Ross. I mean, we're going back when when Renzi started playing, obviously with Charlie and stuff like that. Come on, it's obvious. Yes, McInnes, there we go. And is that not? So when the IM started, Renzi was the first number one? Aye, well done. I never knew that. That's a good... I would like to think that all these guys had a year at number one, like your Gibbsy and Jason and Paddy McMillan, and obviously Ants Morrison, we know he was. I'm trying to think of the old heads. Obviously, Alec McDowell, I would imagine. Did he? I mean, mind Colin Campbell won an IM. Cracking player and just disappeared off the face of the earth. That's right. Chris White. Aye. Yeah, that's a... Pat Holtz was obviously... He was a big one. Pat was mega successful before he jumped into the World American pool and then travelled the world. Did well at that game. Aye, he goes and plays that hay ball stuff, doesn't he? I haven't. It's something I would like to try. Right. I mind I was speaking to Jason when he was back. We were in McGoldrick's and he was talking about the time he was practicing on a table next to Mark Williams, Mark King. There was a few of the snooker players and they were basically saying how much they were struggling. They were saying, what's going on here with how tight these bags are? And they looked over and Jason was slamming the balls in as if... And they actually stopped him and said, Jason, come on, you need to tell us what you're doing here. How are you slamming them in like that? And he's like, no, you just do this. You just... And then they ended up saying to him, listen, why don't you play snooker? We'll sponsor you into Q School. And he's like, I've not got time for that right now. But they just could not believe. He's like, Stevie, they couldn't put a ball. They could not put a ball on those tables. So if they were struggling, Tam, I can imagine how tight they are. If Jason stayed in the world of this pool, he would still be... I think, let's be serious, he'd still win millions. And Brian Garrick has made it through from 6-4 down. Mr. Shooters himself is through. He's through. All I'm waiting on is Taylor Swift coming on the dance floor. Well done, Brian Garrick. Good to see Mr. Shooters himself still in the tournament. So who's that you play then, Tam? You play Jim Haddon? No, it's one of the Billy's game, innit? That's the only game left on. 5 each. Christopher Ross is a good player. So Jim Haddon, Brian Garrick. Yep, that's it. He's got a table in the house. I remember talking to him at one of... he was in Andy McKinnon's Scotland team trial a few years ago, and ended up talking to him, and that's what he was saying. He had the table at the house, but he is in them. I mean, he is miles out the way. He's done a bit of travelling to get to here this weekend. Exactly. Oh, I like the Chieftain. One of my memories of playing up there in the... What was the name of the tour that was the tournament was up? What was it called? Highland Masters, that's it. And I was playing... there was no an IM up there at one point. I'm sure I played Gary Gracie in an IM up there. I had a few matches with him, played Gary, and the two had a great game. But I remember that weekend, me and Billy Stirling and Martin Linden, three of us had a lovely... It was like a luxury apartment right above a pub and the nightclubs and that were around the corner. So we had I mean, our weekend was a bit more than just a pool, but it was absolutely brilliant. Long time ago now, right enough, but the Chieftain was a good hotel. That was the thing, I was moaning. I actually moaned that weekend because I couldn't get a room in the Chieftain, and we ended up having the time of our life in that fancy apartment that we got. I remember Billy driving up. If there's any traffic police on, turn your earphones off right now, because Billy was driving like a lunatic, man. Me and Martin are screaming, holding on to the handles, shouting, "Billy, don't hit the brakes, don't hit the brakes." Getting round a bend at 140 mile an hour. Believe me, guys, there's not a roller coaster out there that can give you the fear that he gave us that day. So 2 more last 16 games still to go on. Tom McCallum sitting waiting the winner of Billy Stirling and Christopher Ross, and Jim Haddon and Brian Garrick, who have both just came off their tables. They will be due back on any minute. I don't know if they're just getting a 5-minute break or what it is. This has been a good game, guys. It's going back and forth. The fact that Chris was 2 up and then Jim went 4-2 up, and Chris now 5-4 up. It has been a good match. Yeah, the thing with Jason, guys, he took a punt, and it wasn't going to happen. He obviously went over to America. I think it was with Darren Appleton, and they did a wee bit of... I don't know if they were going to do a bit of hustling. I don't even know. I know they were going round the pool halls and playing in some of the stuff, and obviously Jason made some waves. He got offered the chance to stay, which I think in the beginning he said he had to get home, look after the dogs, whatever it was, but then the guy was very convincing. He said he would look after him and what have you, and then I think something happened with Jason's flight. It got cancelled or something, and then during that period he made the decision. So he came home, got the dog sorted, flew back over. The rest is history. And as you say, it's a brave decision. It's a decision that changed his life for the better. I have to say that. Obviously, I know Jason well. We lived only 5 minutes from each other, played a lot of pool together, but outside the pool, we spent a bit of time as well. And he definitely made the best decision at that time, because sometimes life in East End of Glasgow can get a grip of you. So he made the right choice at the right time, and fair play to him. Totally changed his life, and 1,000,000% for the better. And now he's got pool halls in Dubai. He's got obviously got the one, is it Connecticut? He's having a good time. Fair play to him. See, that's the thing. I've been sitting here thinking, Mick McGoldrick. Mick obviously won loads. Mick was just unbelievable. I could not answer how many titles and what the titles were. Maybe the IMs had started just beyond when Mick won his, but obviously Mick played on TV and stuff down in England when it was the old rules and stuff. There's no doubt that he won loads and loads of titles, but I wonder if Mick ever won an IM. And do you know what's mad? That I don't know that. Considering how close I was to the audience, I'm going to have to ask Big Chick that. I remember we were playing in 2012, I think it was, in the counties. Mick was already old. I think Mick was probably 70 at the time. And we get to I think we were maybe 7-4 or 7-5 up. And Mick just goes down, the balls are open. I swear to God, he walked on the table at Ronnie O'Sullivan, but he didn't even bend down. He just went down, potted every ball, turned round like it was nothing. We've all ran at him and jumped on top of him. It's Glasgow won the Super 15s and he's shouting at us to get off him. He didn't even see the big deal in it. We were all going crazy. Mick was unbelievable. Probably one of the, most naturally gifted guys I've ever seen. But to still do it the way he did it at that age, obviously he couldn't last a tournament. He was getting older, but some of the things he could still do with a cue ball, his late 60s, early 70s and stuff, he was just absolute next level, but he was an even better man. He's a guy that I must admit I miss a hell of a lot. Does James Duke still play? Dukey boy. I think he's back playing with Vinny Bimendi's team. He disappeared for a while. I think he had an altercation with one of the other guys in Craig Tara a number of years ago, and he fell out with the game of pool, but I'm sure I seen him back in Vinny's team last year in the Glasgow League, so he must be back playing. He was some man. Mick was I liked his straight shooting attitude, but it was also laced with common sense, just the way he went about his business. He was just a next level gentleman. This will be a good steal for Jim here, because Chris, for me, should have taken out that finish. Jim obviously felt he couldn't hold for the red into the middle there. He's going to leave it to last. He just wants to make sure he's got the cue ball off the cushion here. Yeah, that's the thing. You talk about looking for advice of certain people. Mick was just so, I don't even know if the word's inviting, but you couldn't help but feel comfortable going to him and asking him questions about different stuff. And see if it was a nonsense question, he would tell you. He would just tell you were off your head, and he would move on to whatever it would be. But I think sometimes you needed that kind of straight shooting. And Mick always knew the right time. The right time to be kind of, not aggressive, but straight to the point. And he always told you what's what. He always told you what you needed to hear, to be fair. He was good at it. Absolutely perfect, Jim Stephen. Absolutely spot on here. Just a little jab back. And it is going to be 5-all in this last 16 match. Oh, messing about. Chris will be disappointed there. He had a chance. I know it's off topic, but what about AJ getting his head knocked off the other night? He has absolutely done. The only reason I'm saying that is an advert on the TV just popped up in here, and it was a couple of boxers throwing punches at each other. It just reminded me of AJ dancing about like Bambi on ice again. But he's making another comeback and another comeback. He'll end up still trying to come back in the 50s. A few boxers. George Foreman fought in his 50s, didn't there? Was a few of them, a few fighters. Evander Holyfield. There's a lot of fighters that fought in it, but these guys were. I don't know if AJ tries to put himself in that kind of bracket, but not a chance. Aye. No, that's true. That is true. There's a lot of politics in that game, and that's. Look at this break. 5 balls off the break. He's almost cleared the table of any real traffic. The only bit of traffic's to get on the black. It's as if, why am I not on these last 3 reds when the yellows are just so inviting? Get them ran in, Jim. Arthritis. That's the Rocky one, isn't it? They said to him, he was on a talk show, and they said to Sylvester Stallone, "Are you thinking about making another Rocky?" And he's like, "And who am I going to fight? Arthritis?" He's like, I mean, he's like, it would have to be about some new story about Rocky being involved in it, but it was actually quite funny. I don't know why he screwed away up the table there. Aye, maybe off the top cushioning out rather than just jabbing away. (6-5) Christopher Ross in that match. Tam sitting waiting patiently on his opponent. I wonder what's happening with Brian Garrick and Jim Haddon. They must be going on TV. Maybe, just maybe, the last 2 matches of the last... Well, saying that, if the last 2 matches of the last 16 were saved for TV, we'd have no quarterfinal ties for TV. Who knows? I'm sure Danny's got it planned out. I think Jim is in a bit of trouble here. He needs to... No, he's actually okay. I thought he had to go off the top there. I was just a worry that he would end up going too far. I think I'm off the bottom cushion and back up. And give myself a... That's the thing, see as you say there. Yeah. That's... Going to have to screw off the red. The thing for me there is, I think if you go off the bottom cushion and out, you only need to come up maybe 2 inches and you're on the bottom one. Well, he's between both of them here. Tam, I think you would screw off the top cushion and back down here. Do you know what? Just at the last second there, I'm thinking he could have just pushed through, slid off it, and played the yellow into the right middle. He just slammed it. Look at Chris's face. He's literally just went there and smashed the ball, and is that a total ref? Yeah, he's got to hit that top one. this will slide, so he needs to get his angle right. That's a hit. It's okay. Chrissy's face when that landed there. I got a perfect view. Oh, chance for Chris now. So for a few of you guys that are on the chat, who's your favourite player to watch? Doesn't need to be the best player, just somebody that you get a bit excited watching. Is it somebody that plays perfect pool? Is it somebody that smash bang crash wallop? Must be somebody out there that you go, do you know what? I know he's not the top guy, but I love watching him. Who is it? Who's yours too? Tom McCann, Brian Garrick.
I don't know if I've got a favourite player to watch, but one, he actually does this quite regularly. Ross McInnes was playing me a tournament once, and he tapped the back, and he got the front ball in the middle bag, and his next shot, he pots a ball in the corner and buffs the back at him. And I'm thinking to myself, why tap them in the first place?
Aye, just to open them out.
He done it. I've seen him doing it more than once, tapping the back, and then busting them with the second shot. He's trying to mess with your head, I think.
Sean Chipperfield, Jordan Shepherd, couple of good answers. I'm asking to watch, but not necessarily one of the top guys. Somebody that just every now and again, if you see them, you go, I enjoy watching him. Aye. See the young guy I like watching right now, young boy Harry Peart. I think he's 18. He's playing in the IPA, and I am not joking when I say he is lightning, but he is unbelievable to watch. Aye, that's right. Playing with his dad. Aye, if you've not seen any young Harry Peart, you need to watch. Honestly, what a talent. But I think if he just, and when I say if he slows down a touch, he's still going to be lightning. But it'll just allow him to just, what a player to watch. Incredible. Gary Murphy saying Davy Riggins. Rab Allen. Oh, Rab Allen's a good one. That's actually a cracking answer. Rab probably takes some of the most head-wrecking finishes you've ever seen. Oh, I like some of these answers. I think Jordan Shepherd will be high in a lot of people. Shug McBride has been named. I remember playing Shug in mind the old cabbages and no hopers that George Fagan ran in queue here, and I was playing Shug in it, and I swear if I could see a 14-pun mallet anyway, I'd have put it through the table. He drove me insane. I honestly, I'd never wanted to leave a tournament so quickly in my entire life. It drove me nuts. That's what I ended up doing against McInnes a few years back in the Scottish. Shug McBride. Mad Shuggy boy. What a guy. You have to admit, but he's good at he's good at it. He's good at making it. If you wanted to break a record for how long to play a frame of pool, I think Shug would have every single Guinness World Record there is. Who is the most aggressive on the tour? On this tour? That's a good question. Definitely the most aggressive young kid in the IPA right now is Harry Peart. Watch him, honestly, watch him, guys. Unbelievable to watch. Chris Mellon, it's a good one. I think in shot making, he seems to pull all these shots out because he's always in trouble. But for some reason, he's an absolute magician at getting out of them. Aye, that's exactly it. Keith Kelly, I have heard of Keith. I've never seen much of him, to be honest, but I've heard people talk about him. I've seen him on many occasions in tournaments and stuff, but no, Murray, I don't know him personally. I don't know Keith enough to go and give him a cuddle and invite him for a steak pie on a Sunday, but
I seen him play once. It was Gavin Phillips Memorial
right.
up at Keaton. I'd just turned 40, so it was 3 years ago, this October coming. And he was playing Ross in the semi-final, and he was 6-1 up. And Ross, he was just finishing everything against Ross. And then Ross was going back to 6-5 and missed that ball that Ross would not. A wee thin cut back to the corner for 6 each. And Keith ended up winning 7-5. We were all watching it back with 6 each. Like Ross just.
Aye.
Like the guy went through pot and everything to not being able to see a pot. Because Ross just shut him down completely. It was a brilliant game to watch.
I think that's if I was to go back a number of years, then probably one of my favourite players to watch was Jason. I'm actually glad somebody put that in. I think Jason, probably one of the most exciting young talents that I'd ever seen at that point in time. I mean, he's still kind of like that the way he plays the game in the American pool. Jim Stephen, well done. Pablo, you're spot on. Hope you're well, mate. Andy Crosdale, that's a good answer as well. Crosey's still banging away on the IPA. He's actually playing some decent stuff. Good answers. Jason's a cracking answer. Chris Mellon. Mellon's one of the guys that we just spoke about that there. You see the highlight reel for some of the Ultimate Pool stuff, and it's always somebody pulling at a shot out of trouble that they've put themselves in. Tony boy. To be fair, a few years ago I would have agreed with you, mate. I don't know what's happened to me. Mr. Methodical these days, take 4 hours a shot. Nah, not as bad as that. Jason was just, he was a freak of nature, honestly. Absolute freak. The stuff the finishes that boy would take were just, honestly, and the thing is, he would actually call every shot before he played them, and you'd be like, what? And you're looking at it and thinking, not a chance, and before you know it, he's done every single thing he said. It was frightening to watch somebody with that talent. Chris forcing the issue here, 6-5 down. As you say, he is playing into Jim's hands here. He's done it the last few frames. That's not a bad shot. I was going to say, a few years ago, you'd be struggling to find somebody more exciting than Big Tam. He smashed the balls in for fun. And he's here this weekend trying to do it. I remember the days, about 10 years ago, playing down in Bridlington, and I think I'd won 90% of my frames up to this point. And the finishes were just crazy. 2-on-1s and crazy doubles and smashing into every ball on the table. It was just absolutely nuts. And one of the Welsh boys, I didn't play the third set. One of the Welsh boys went, "That's their best player not playing now, right?" Honestly, guys, I was absolutely buzzing. And then I'm playing a frame and I've played a snooker. This was how nuts I was. I think it was because I was playing with Jason all the time. And an English boy walks by and goes, "Stevie Walker playing a snooker." I don't know if that accent came across good there, but I think I love the aggressive type of pool, but I'm a purist as well. I love to see people doing stuff the right way, see the right shot at the right time. I love hearing that. Sometimes you're just in a bit of trouble. Sometimes you get something to try and keep yourself in a frame. And I don't know if you see it enough these days. Well, that shot just to hang in there. Chris, right now, 6-5 down, is hanging in. If Jim can drop either the one in the middle or the red in off the yellow at the top left, I have to say, he's got a chance. What is he going to do? That's a question here. You have to say, guys, that is probably the right shot at the right time. I have to say, that is as good a hit as you're going to get. I think it's time to go for Jim. I really do. I think if he holds on any longer here, he's going to be handing Chris a chance that he doesn't want to give him. He's missed that. Has he got away with it? He has again. He has again. Chris has just looked over to us. Absolutely frightening. Can he thin nick that yellow inside the red? I don't think he can. It does go. It's absolutely incredible. A crazy bash from Jim. Chris is in all kinds of trouble. Can he nick it in? No, he couldn't. It's tough from here because that red doesn't cut back, but I think if Jim was to knock it further over the pocket, Chris would be in a bit of trouble. 6-5, 6 eaches, 6 eaches. Some phenomenal matches going on right now. Deciders all over the venue. This is the last 16 match. Again, that's good thinking there. The yellow is tied up at the top right corner. And now the black tied up at the bottom right. So if Chris is going to win this frame, he's going to cut this in and try and knock the red over. Oh no, he doesn't want to pot it. Do you just take the back here? They play it in off the cushion with severe aggression. So that's what I was thinking. But the thing in my mind there was, what's next? Can't see. I didn't mind that shot he played to clear the bag, but I don't know if he played it aggressive enough. I think he would have wanted to come a bit higher, get on the yellow, have an angle to maybe screw into the top right corner, clear it up a bit. Anybody else get any mad questions for everybody to get engrossed in? How many of you like to watch a fudgy frame of pool? I mean, I wonder who invented the word fudging for a tactical frame. It's mad, isn't it? Somebody one day just went, oh, this tactical frame's incredible, and somebody went, oh, you can't beat a bit of fudging, and then that's it. Bert. Played Bert once in a tournament in the ballroom. Again, George Fagan was running it, and he was 6-1 up on me, and I beat him 7-6. I think it's the best pool I'd ever played in my life to come back and win that match. Oh, the aggressive plant. I think that's the only shot he's got. See, I think... Oh, that's a good shot. I think if you play the tactical frame, a fudgy frame, in a good manner, as you say, that's probably a good way to put it, like a game of chess. But see, when people are playing nothing shots, that's kind of when it gets. But when you see people kind of moving their chess pieces around the table, then why do they call the break-off area the garden in the US? The garden? That's mad. I mean, what do we call the break-off area? I mean, I know we called it the bulk behind the bulk line, but have we actually got a name for that top bit? I think we need to make a name for it. I think it looks like the pillow area of a bed, doesn't it? I'm going to call that top area the giant pillow. The garden, that's the first I've ever heard it. That's a good result. So Paul McCormick, first guy into the quarters, beating Chris Giffney 7-6. The back green. So about that, I don't even know what that percentage is. Let's go 75-25. 75% aggressive, 25% some tactical stuff. It's not a bad mix. I think in the world of pool, that's for the purist. I'll use that word. I think that's a great shot. What a shot! What a shot! See, I think that's probably good because you want to see the aggressive shot where you're smashing into balls and everything's all opening up. You want to see the skill shots and stuff like that. But I think a fantastic tactical shot is every bit as skillful as banging in a 2-1. Oh, what a shot. Oh, does it just sneak in? Yeah, superb. And it's all square here. Another 6 each, guys. Chris going to go for a brief bathroom break into the magical toilets of shooters. He's going to come out playing like Chris Mellon in a minute. Telling you guys there's something happening in the heaters in there. I know. I end up seeing blue lights outside in a minute. This place will be getting turned upside down. Yeah, that's a good point when you talk about the fudgy stuff. As long as it's aggressive type tactical frames, I'm the same. I don't mind that. I really, when somebody plays one of these kind of shots, you're looking, they're in all sorts of trouble, and all of a sudden they've given themselves a chance just because they've seen something. I like that as much as I do seeing somebody potting them off a lampshades. And it's dry. And look at the reds. It's not dry. What have I missed? Oh, there's a red there's a red down. I've missed the red going down. Oh, I think this match might be over as a contest because there's no danger that Jim is taking yellows. The thing is, the yellows aren't bad either. There's only really one shot to play in the yellows. He's going to go reds. And it's just how he navigates his way around this finish. The first red went in. That's why I missed it. Looks like he's not sure what colour set to take. As I say, there's only one shot to play in the yellows as well, but there's no doubt in here that the reds are the balls. Is Ross McInnes then the best tactical player the game's ever had? Aye, Jim as well, aye. Because they played in an area where you could just roll up behind balls. And I remember we were at Bridlington. This is probably my first time there. And Ross was playing a guy in, I don't know if it was the Masters singles. I don't know if they had all that back then. I can't mind. But he said to us before the frame, he said, listen, watch this, guys. I'm going to pot all this guy's balls for him. Yep. And then I'll take the finish. And they're like, what do you mean you're going to pot? So he potted he was basically getting snookers, getting two shots and potting the guy's ball, then getting more snookers. And he did it. And he basically potted every ball on the table in this finish, in this frame. All his opponent's balls and all his. And then I've seen him, actually didn't see him do it. In the same weekend, or the same week, I walked in and someone said, Stevie, you missed that. What happened? Ross made the guy pot the black. What are you talking about? And he said before it again, I'll make this guy pot the black in the middle of the frame. And he did. And to have that degree of skill and ability is just absolutely unbelievable. But as you say, Tam, I never seen him away back then. You still see how his brain works, even right now. I think, as I said, there was only one shot to be played in these yellows. I think Chris will play it and finish these. Yep. That's it. If he plays it right, just misses the first yellow and catches the bottom one. That's absolutely bang on, as you say. You can just flick the red away. And it opens the black up. Half 12 on a Sunday. Just under 100 people tuning in. Absolutely phenomenal. I don't mind that. Decided to avoid the red because the black goes. Now he doesn't want to be greedy here. He just wants to slide it in. "102 viewers, phenomenal." So Billy Stirling will play Tam McCallum in the last 16. What is that he's using to clean? Is he putting the table? A rubber? A key ring? What is it? Yep, Cruncher it is indeed. That's who will play Billy Stirling next. We've got the talker too here. I think he's just got to screw on and off the cushion here. And he should be okay. Tam McCallum has said he's absolutely plumb me, man, and I think he's bang on. Yeah. He's okay. He would have preferred it to be just past it, but he's okay. No idea who is going to be on next, but I tell you what, it would be handy if it was Thomas McCallum and Billy Stirling. He's missed it. Wow. And he knew right away. He knew right away. He's knew the minute the cue ball left his cue. You seen his reaction. Usual. Guys, as I say, the table's 15 feet away. I was wanting to go off my head there when I seen him missing that. It's his reaction was a bit mad. I don't know if he suggested he get a kick, but it looked to me like he reacted the minute the cue ball left his cue. Maybe he's miscued it, I don't know. But I seen Chris's hand before the white even hit the yellow. Oh, he's definitely been frustrated by the slight bad position he's had, but I think if somebody said to you, your opponent's going to miss and leave you here and you're going to have that yellow and the black to win the match, you would bite their hand off, you'd jump out your seat. You would actually jump out your seat, so I don't think there's any... there's not really any excuse, unless he said a slight miscue or something. I think, as I say, if your opponent left you there, you would be absolutely ecstatic, so... It looks like the adventure in the Scottish seniors for Chris Payne is going to be over, but Jim Stephen is a red and black away from a place in the quarter-final. He was staring down the barrel of defeat. And he's still in here. This black is pressure. There is pressure on this. I expect him to get it, but even the easiest of blacks at 6 each are tough. Is this the moment for Jim Stephen? It is. I think he's talking about a miscue. Good luck, Tommy boy. Well, I think Tam and Billy might be coming on this table, so I'm going to be back in 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Had a wee word with Chris, guys. He's ended up accidentally putting a flick aside, a miscue type thing on it, and he knew right away. But he allowed it to get to him. That he misplaced the cue ball, if you want. When he's landed quite awkward, he basically fell out himself. So he's ended up missing it due to that. But Jim Stevens, the man that's in the quarterfinals, and I'll give you some scores, guys. Mark Graham 6, Donald Brown 3, Jim Haddon 1, Brian Garrick 0, Robert McAdam, that is young Bertie boy. He's 5-0 with Scott Spencer. Scott playing really well just now. And you look at the guys at the bottom of that last 16. Paul McCormack 7, Chris Givney 6. That was a result. Jim Stevens 7, Chris Payne 6, Niven Adams 7, Alan Barnes 6. So the quarter-final lineup: Tam McCann, Billy Stirling. The winner of this will play Brian Murray. Mark Graham and Donald Brown. The winner of that will play either Jim Haddon or Brian Garrick. Paul McCormick's already in the other quarter-final. He'll play either Bert McAdam or Scott Spencer. And Jim Stephen and Niven Adams is getting underway right now. Do you know what? Let me have a quick glance back at that drop. I actually fancied Chris to be on me a shout. I have to say, let me see. So quarter-final so far. Niven Adams is in, Jim Stevens in, Paul McCormick's in, Brian Murray, Guys, I'm not going to lie. If someone said to me at round 1 to pick my last 16, I'm not 100% sure I would have named this 16. So let's go out and say we're going to have a new name on the trophy this year. I don't think there's any doubt in that. Let me think. I tell you what, I think Brian Murray is going to take some storm. I think Niven and Billy Stirling have got the game to go all the way. I'll put my head in the chopping block right now and say Brian Murray. But two good mates of mine on the table right now, Tam McCallum and Billy Stirling, both in my Glasgow Tuesday team. Both of these guys, let's be serious, both of these guys are good enough to win it. I think Bert McAdam and Scott Spencer's playing some fantastic stuff right now. Absolutely fantastic stuff. He is putting in the effort, the time. He's trying to get himself back to a place where he feels comfortable on the table. I had a good long session with Ewan Waddle during the week as well, leading up to this. So he's beat Davy Forrest yesterday 7-1 in his first match. He managed to get himself back here today, and he's in the last 16. So yeah, Scotty Spencer will be in there hoping for a chance at the title as well. But you know, some of the guys that have been put out of this, I want to go back and have a little peek for you guys at home. Let's have a look at the first round losers. Paul Hartness, IPA Pro. Although he didn't lose in the first round, he's out of this event. Davy Markey. Fred Williams is out. Craigie Martin didn't show up. Neither did Graham Dunbar. Two class players. One of the big favourites put out early, John McGinn. Just disappeared on my screen there. That's alright, I've got it back. I mean, Stephen Walker. Now guys, people were asking me why I couldn't make it yesterday, and it's a simple case of family come first. I am the manager of my son's 2012 football team. We have gone from the very bottom tier after we did the trials to bring in some players a number of years ago, and we worked our way through all the divisions. And our first year competitive, we were in the semi-final of a cup yesterday. Unfortunately, we lost that semi-final. However, that was at the same time of 11 a.m. as my draw, and I miss a lot of the kids' games because of being away at pool events and stuff. Like yesterday was a simple choice, and the kids needed me more than I needed a game of pool, so I chose to be with the young team yesterday. As I say, we lost. We played really well. We played some good stuff. We easily play some of the best football in the youth ranks, I would argue, across the country, and we've played a lot of teams from different scopes, different walks of life. We play in the CSFA, which is the central kind of Stirling, east end of Glasgow, all the way out to Stirling kind of area. We've played friendlies against teams from Edinburgh through Glasgow. I think the football we play is next level stuff, and we played some of it yesterday. But two of the guys in the team that were playing against us, I mean, I say they were 6 foot. They're supposed to be 12-year-old, 6 foot, built like bears, and they turned up and their legs were all dirty. And our kick-off is at 11 a.m. There's also every single morning you've got 8:30 kick-offs in certain places. It seemed to me that these two kids were maybe playing for their own natural age group, and then went and got a quick change and just pulled strips on right on top of the dirty legs that they didn't realise they had. The back of their legs, insides of their legs were absolutely bogging from obviously playing on grass in the morning, and then coming to play against honestly, I must have the smallest team in the entire youth setup. either that or we are the only team doing it right, because some of the kids we come up against it. I mean, these kids are supposed to be 12-year-old. The testosterone running through your body to have the muscle mass that some of these kids have. I mean, either that or they're on steroids at 12-year-old and battering 500 a side in the gym. But we lost the game. We played the better football. We just didn't create the right chances in the final third. And unfortunately, that was the reason why I didn't come here yesterday. Or I tell you what, maybe you're watching me on the screen right now. I don't know who you'd be listening to right enough. Looking through Nigel Kitchen, he got beat off Danny Turner. Let's see there, Murray McInnes, one of the guys in the chat, he lost to Chris Giffney yesterday. Pauline Robertson, well done, she beat Brian McWilliams in the early round. Keith Robertson and Sean Donachie, they two ran into each other. I mean, they two guys would have been on your list of potential winners. Martin Jones, Scott Dunbar ran into each other. And Andrew Blythe beat David Markey 7-6 in the next round. Pete Smith lost to Billy Stirling. Martin Fisher out. I mean, some of these guys that are in this are all potential winners. Mark Gohuli. I'm not sure if you were in this, Mark, because I'm trying to find you in the draw there. You're there. Yeah, that's why I seen your name, because Barry Thompson didn't show up against you. I think Barry was working or he couldn't make that time for some reason. But yeah, just looking at some of the names in it that you would have. Davy Jack, who's obviously been Mr. Dominant in the seniors ranks this year. Kev McLeod. Some of the names that are out of this event, guys, is unbelievable. And as I say, this is never in a million years the last 16 you would have picked. But these guys have earned the right to be here. So who's my winner? I'm going to go Brian Murray. Let's see how that pans out. So of the last 16 guys, you can check it on Q Squad. If you have a look, tell me who you guys fancy. Who do you guys fancy for the title? As you say, Scott Dunbar out, Martin Jones out, Martin Fisher out, Davy Forrest out, Davy Markey out, Mark Gohuli out. It's just baller after baller. Kev McLeod out. Some serious talent is out of this event. So who is going to be the Scottish champion in the seniors of 2024? We're live on Scottish Q Sports live streaming. We are in Shooters Pool and Sports Bar. You see the sponsors of BG Kitchen, Brian Garrick and his kitchen company. Absolutely fantastic. Did a lot of work a number of years back. And do you know the mad thing about it? I get a phone call from a guy. He says, Stevie, my mate, needs some tiling done. He's through in Kilmarnock. And I says, right, okay. So then he puts us on to someone else. So this was like a mate's mate, but it wasn't actually him that needed the tiling done. I turned up and it's Brian Garrick. Now at this time, I did not know Brian Garrick. We get to talking and Pool comes up and he goes, I play pool. And I was like, I played pool for years with you. And so we seem to know all the same guys, but we didn't know each other. And did a lot of work for Brian. A lot of bathrooms and kitchens and large floors in different places. I think we've done a massive floor on a farm, an extension on a farm one time as well. But his kitchen company's fantastic. If you need any work done, give him a shout. Just don't tell him you want me to do the tiling, because I am retiring. Far too busy these days with tiling, and it is doing me in. And Shooters Pool and Sports Bar, if you haven't been here, get yourself down. I catch up with young Campbell Dunlop, who runs the show and does a great job. This place is always absolutely on point. going to want to come back a couple of inches just so he can get his hand on the table. Is Billy dropping this in? Oh, he's tried to power off the cushion. I didn't like that. I think you've just got to take your medicine and just go back an inch or two. Paul's playing great. Playing fantastic stuff. He's sitting waiting on his opponent for his next match. And I think it's the winner of Bert and Scott Spencer. Looks like Crunch Up is going to take a 2-0 lead. Big mistake from Billy there. And I think, as I stated, just a slight screw back would have been enough to get his hand on the table. And I don't think he misses that black. Tried to get close. And ends up missing a yellow. And he's going to be 2-0 down here. And I tell you, if Tam gets ahead of steam, guys, he has every chance of winning this title. Yeah, he's tried to just come through the gap there. He's not wanted to go anywhere near those yellows. I think Tam might have been trying to get to the one into the bottom left corner with the red just above the black. Yeah, it doesn't go or he wouldn't be playing this. It's not a bad shot. I don't mind that. Come on, guys, on the chat. Someone must have a bit of trivia for us. Someone must have a question for all the viewers. keep us all engaged while we tune in to this quarter-final tie. No, this is the last 16, sorry. Last 16. I do apologise. Amelia, I fancy Niven to go pretty far as well. He's as good as anyone on his day. Absolute class act of a man into the bargain. Niven's got a chance. I think there's a few that stand out. These two guys that are going head to head with each other, Niven, Paul McCormick. It just looks like Brian Murray is really flying for me. That's the reason why I've picked him. There is a lot of names. If you were to get your notepad out in the beginning of this event and write down 5 names that you think have a chance of winning it, there's a good chance those 5 are out. So it really is anyone's event to go and win. Who wants it the most? That's the question. Super Rally from Wish. Yeah, so this frame has got a bit more fudgy than these two guys would have liked. Billy's okay. He's happy enough to dig in here. Tam's been around the block, so they both of them will be happy to just hang in. And Tam won't be too disappointed in the two there because he's not giving away too much. It's one of them where he's going to have to try and open the pocket up at the same time as open all the balls in the middle, so it's not easy. I actually think I just heard that because packing my ears there. I'm going to have to. I think I'm going to have to go to a voice shop and try and get a change in voice. Slightly awkward here. I don't see anything in the in the way of safety, so he's gonna have to be aggressive, I feel. And hopefully I don't get kept too late tonight. I'll get a trip to Dortmund tomorrow with the wee man. Looking forward to that. First away trip for my boy. And right now, we are tuned in to one hell of a tie. Two guys who play in the same team on Tuesday nights. Head to head in the last 16 of the Seniors Scottish Championship. He's drifted it in. He obviously fancies a plant. Oh, he's got a tiny rub there, but he deserved it. I think he was in all kinds of trouble there, but he had to push through. He's got a double kiss. He's landed on the yellow. Can he get it? He can. He's on the black. He's back in this match. Two frames to one. A frame that went a bit awkward from the break. There wasn't a lot that Sam could do from the opening. It's ended up getting a bit tight, close to the black spot. And in the end, Billy Stirling getting over the line. And it is Tam McCallum 2, Billy Stirling 1. Let's have a look at some of the other scores, guys. Jim Haddon 2, Brian Garrick 1, Bert McAdam 6, Scott Spencer 5. So Bert is on the hill. I tell you what, guys, new happily married Bert McAdam having a great time in his life just now. Congratulations to him and his good lady. He will be in with a shout of winning this as well. Absolutely solid, Bert. And in the quarter-final tie that's begun, Jim Stephen 1, Nevin Adams 1. Here's a question. The dress code. Proper dress trousers, not black Adidas like some are wearing. Smart dress shoes, not dark trainers. What's your honest opinion? I suppose when I started playing the game, which was really late in life because I played football, when I just started, the Scottish boys, in fact all the internationals wore the full kit of the waistcoat and the tie and stuff, and I just thought it looked amazing. Really, really smart. But I hear the snooker players right now saying that maybe for the World Championships they wear the waistcoat and the full setup that they've always wore, and maybe go to the polo shirts and stuff for the tour events, just because, well, time moves on. They're speaking about it allows them to get more sponsors in their tops and all these kind of things. I know that's the tops we're talking about, but I think a lot of the guys are starting to wear golf trousers. That's the Adidas trousers that I'm seeing, and I think they're golf trousers. You see the 3 stripes on the back, but I think at the end of the day they are still smart kind of trousers. They're not exactly from a suit. It's a tough one. I think if it's, I wear plain black trainers these days. I didn't always, but it was kind of like every event I was turning up to, I'm wearing shoes that are killing my feet, and every opponent I go up against, we're wearing some kind of trainers. But what I will say is, there's guys turning up in black Air Force Ones, black Nike Air Max, black Yeezy trainers. I think that's just a step far too far. I think it should be flat black trainers. I don't care if they cost £15 from Dykeman, or you go and get an expensive pair from Flannels or Cruise. That's down to you. That's your choice. That's your prerogative. But my opinion is that people turning up with running trainers on, that's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I don't think it should be allowed. I can understand that some people wear certain trainers. A lot of the guys started wearing the Boss trainers. I think must have been a fire sale. There's about 50 players in the space of 3 months that had the same trainers on. But I think smart black trainers with a pair of dress trousers still looks very smart, but some of them are just absolute nonsense, and I think something has to be done about that. I think there needs to get to a point where you say, now, enough's enough. The Adidas trousers, I don't even know. I mean, I've looked at some of them and thought they're quite smart, they trousers, but they are for golf. They're not dress trousers. So I just feel that maybe the can of worms has been opened when they started letting people wear trainers. People then quite simply say, well, what's the difference? Trainers are trainers. What's the difference? Trousers are trousers. And it opened up that can of worms. But I do think maybe smart dress trousers. Smart dress trousers for me, and I don't mind the smart trainers, but see the running trainers and all that, that's just nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. But yeah, I would be saying, well, do you know, actually at the EBA, now I don't know if some of the guys have had the Adidas ones on at the international events, but Ewan Waddle had a pair that were, you know, the material you get, it's like cords, but they weren't cord, but they were kind of that type of material, but they were a type of trouser, and he got pulled up in Malta for having them on because they weren't considered actual dress trousers. So the EBA still demand that you wear dress trousers, real dress trousers. So no, I agree. They are golf trousers at the end of the day. So I think I would say real dress trousers, and if you're wearing smart black trainers, fair enough. But some of the other ones are just, I mean, I don't know who's kidding who. You look like you've basically come out of the house and went, I need to get to this interview fast, so I'll stick my runners on and sprint down the street, and it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense turning up with a pair of Nike Air Max or Air Force Ones or whatever it is that they're wearing, Yeezys and stuff. As much as they're all good trainers, I don't think they should be worn to a main event at pool. Everyone else on the chat, what do you think on that? Do you think it should be smart across the board, or is the leniency okay in your eyes? It's not my Billy wanted to leave it. He was trying to bring the cue ball all the way down, but he's left Tam probably in the only position he can maybe get his red into play. He's not going to mess about. Yeah, good shot. Oh, that should have been nowhere near there. And Tam giving a big smile towards Billy there as a cue ball close to the middle pocket, but it was brand new. Oh, Billy flicking the yellow off the table. He's not in the greatest of moods here. That's right. I know it sounds like I'm going off on when I had a pair of they were Versace trousers, and the wee kind of Versace face that you get. So these studs were at the pockets, and I had them on. I remember it was at the counties, and I was told I couldn't wear them, and I got to wear them for the one match, and then I had to go. I can't remember if it was a Tesco or an Asda or something, and buy a pair of cheap trousers. You couldn't wear them, and now people are running about with Nike Air Max on playing pool. So while we are at the seniors, I will have a look at some of the other teams, but one of the ones I have in front of me is the seniors B, and the main man for the seniors B is Mr. Gary Mitchell, and he has a team going over to Malta. They will go head to head with his good mate Garrick's team, but they are heading over to Coleraine. I say Malta there? They're going to Coleraine, same as us, very, very soon. I think we're away in 2 weeks. And Gary's team, I have to say a massive good luck to Gary himself, but Kevin Twaddle, David Jack, Graham Dunbar, Stevie Gray, Stephen Hepburn and Mike Shep. Guys, what a team. Solid, full of great characters, and a massive good luck from all of us. I will obviously see them over there with my own men's B team. And we'll get a list up of the seniors of Garrick and the seniors. While we're watching the Scottish seniors of Kev McLeod as well. And wish all of them going over there good luck. A massive good luck, but what a team that is that Gary Mitchell's put together. They will take some stopping. So it looked like Billy had to swerve there. And he's done it too much. I think all he needed was a trace aside, but he's put a bit much in it. A big chance for Tam again, and it comes from a mistake from Billy. Doesn't look like he's making any mistakes here. He just has to be careful. The one closest to the left middle. Definitely the one awkward ball, which I'm sure he'll play last. And he's made a mistake. The commentator's curse has come into play. What can Billy do here? He has to get low on that red at some point very soon to give himself a chance, give himself a shot. He's got a lot to ponder here. As Murray says, he disagrees. A lovely pair of FootJoy trousers don't make you sweat as much as a pair of suit trousers. Fair enough. I've actually not got any memories where I've been playing pool in a pair of trousers and been complaining that they're making me sweat. But if you are in that category and trousers make you sweat, then fair enough. I think if it is a pair of FootJoy trousers, mate, they should still be all black, and probably, as what was pointed out, they shouldn't have like a shiny shell outer coating. I don't know, maybe that's the purist in me, I don't know, but I think you get to a point where, I mean, you get golf joggers made of a very similar material to the trousers. The only difference is they come in at the bottom. I don't know, it's tough to get it right. I think the door was opened once they started to relax things a little bit, and then it ends up going down a road where everyone says, yeah, but you allowed this and you allowed that, and you're like, so why is this not? And then it creates, for argument's sake, a problem. The first thing I would do is have a serious word about the trainer situation, because some of it is utter nonsense. You should not be playing pool in a pair of running trainers. Smart black trainers, fair enough, but some of them that's used, come on, sober up. Like you woke up and didn't know whether to go to the office or go and sprint down the street. It's going to be 4-1 here. He's just want to make sure he leaves the right angle to get high. I would personally be taking the other yellow and then just screwing up the cushion. Tam is going to go off the side cushion, and he has to watch this middle pocket. Oh, he's come through the gap. Fantastic shot. Brilliant shot, Tam McCallum, and he is going to be 4 frames to 1 in front here. Billy has a mountain to climb, but if anyone can get his head level and go again, it is Billy. Yellow balls. I think the only issue is the first one's slightly tough. I think he has to take the yellow into the bottom right corner here. Unless it's a plant. It might be a plant, guys, so he might be able to cut the yellow back into the middle, come back down, If he gets low enough, he's got a good plant on. He's taking reds. I don't mind that. I really don't mind it, but it looks like he has to make the plant at the bottom right, and it looks like the red closest to the two yellows doesn't go anywhere other on the bottom right and middle right, so he has to drop inside that. I don't mind that. I don't mind it, guys. There's just a little bit more work to do. Oh my word. There's even more work to do now. Wow. Okay, is he looking at a cross double? Cross double, smash into the balls at the bottom. Do you know this is Tam McCallum of old? If that is what he's looking at, I've seen him in the past. Take some of the most head-wrecking finishes you'll ever see. Is that what he's looking at? I don't know if the cross double goes. With the black being absolutely welded. Yeah, that's a shot. The black is a major problem. Although Billy has a number of yellows he can maybe use. It's not what Tam wanted. He was trying to leave Billy on the hang up. Unfortunately, he hasn't. Love that big happy face there, Gurney. I love that. Happy Sunday. Billy doing the right thing here. He's in no hurry to be silly and aggressive when he doesn't have to be. It's Tam that has to try and figure something out here. But again, we spoke about it earlier, about the attacking side of the game, the tactical side of the game. It has to be a case of, for me, if you're going to play the tactical side, it's about getting your chess pieces into play. I think I would be trying to get that black out without having to go and pot anything major. Right, I'd be sliding off something, maybe flick the black up towards the top pocket. Might knock the red onto the top cushion and leave the black up there at the same time, and I don't think you lose from there. So Billy, for me, has to get one of his yellows up to the top side of the table. It's going to go. I think that's okay, guys. I think he can take. I think he can take the ball in the middle and get the black out here. I don't think there's any time like the present. However, Billy will play a snooker here. No, I don't think that's a snooker, so that's a good shot. He's deliberately left him on that. I think Tam might just roll up to it. He has to be careful of the touch on the cushion. Yeah, he's a bit worried here. He's going to try and slide off it. I like this. If he can play it, it's not bad. I believe Billy needs a yellow at the top end of the table. He really does, guys. Now, that last match with Chris Payne and Jim Stephen, we had 109, I think, at one point watching. We only have 80 now. You can't be telling me that that first match is the one that you were wanting to tune into all night long. But maybe you have woke up with a hangover, stuck it on, tuned in for a bit, and now you've crashed back out on the couch. And when you wake back up, guys, there's going to be a lot more pool for you guys to watch. Whilst this match is tight, let's check the scores on the doors. Jim Haddon 3, Brian Garrick 2. That match has been going on for ages. 5 frames in. The match started at 20 past 12. I have no idea what those two guys have been up to, but they need put on the shot clock. Bert McAdam 1, Paul McCormick 0, Niven Adams 3, Jim Stephen 1. So that is quarter-final ties flying in right now. So hang on to your seats. It's going to get exciting in here. Hoodie, great point, mate. That is that in the players sports bar. Sorry, guys. In trying to find the under 23 Scottish Championship scores and results and stuff like that, I ended up deleting the Q score that I had in front of me, and it took me a minute to find it. If Craig's listening, sorry mate, I didn't make any major mistakes and everything is still bang on. So as Hoodie pointed out, the under 23s is on the go right now. For anyone's interest, Lucas Bryden is in the quarter-final. Gio Edgar is in the quarter-final. Sean Thompson has beaten Brodie McPhee 6-2. Reece Egan 4-2 down to Andrew Lammy. Gio beat Preston McInnes 7 frames to 0. Blair Gibb 5. Ryan Erskine 4. And on the Preston McInnes thing, he actually won the money match last night against, was it Logan? I think it was. Logan's in the quarterfinals. He beat William Moss Jr. 7-3. Ryan Martin is 3-0 up on Ross Cuthbert right now, and Lewis Armstrong and Stephen Allison Jr. 5-3 to Stephen Allison. So keep you posted on that as much as possible, guys. We are here in the Scottish Seniors, so we will concentrate more on this than anything else. However, I will keep you updated as much as humanly possible. And if anyone does want to know any of those scores, just give me a nod and I will go and check them out for you. So it's the old shot at the right time. Now, I said ages ago, guys, that I felt Billy should have put a yellow up there and then flicked the black out. Without potting a ball, just get it out. And with at least 10 shots played each, the black is still in there. And he's going to have to play an aggressive kick shot now. He's going to have to kick it with cannon in the red. And then playing that cannon, the black might go up and knock the yellow in at the top. But you don't want to be leaving that to last. And then you don't want the misfortune that can come with it, with the white being stuck to the red and having to play one of the yellows down the bottom. So I still wholeheartedly believe that he should have flicked it out well before now. I tell you, Tam has a chance if Billy doesn't take full advantage here, because he can double that red, and in doing so he will flick the black out, and I think this frame will be done. So Billy needs to get these. He needs to get them. Keep getting myself tangled in these wires. I must be swinging my legs about like mad. Again, guys, thanks for tuning in. It is big time appreciated. A bit of a nothing shot. I'm not sure what's going on with Billy here. I don't think he's seeing the shots, and I think it's because he's 4-1 down. I think if he's 1 or 2 frames in front here, he plays that shot like I mentioned a while back. Get the black out, be aggressive, get it out. You don't have to pot to do it. Whilst Tam had 2 reds in that top left corner, I think that's the time. Sorry, guys. Some wee character flew onto the microphone there. We need to get a camera on Danny Turner. He's jigging away over there in the corner. Don't get me wrong, guys. I was involved there myself. Now, is it to bounce? Needs it to bounce. That's okay. He does want to get a yellow up there. Maybe not where it is, because I think Tam's going to put Billy's yellow. Whoa, that's the perfect ball now, guys. That is the perfect foil for Billy Stirling. Do not play the kick yet. Do not play the... He doesn't want to do it just now. I tell you guys, I would not be shy of sliding off that yellow on the far right-hand side of it with loads of left and coming down and nudging the black, knocking the red all the way down the table. You know, it's crazy when you're doing this job that I've been doing now for about 18 months in the commentary. Obviously on and off. It hasn't been a constant. Very good shot, Tam McCallum. He is now primed. But you get to see the shots that guys... I mean, I'm doing the IPA guys, as you all know. You get to see Gareth Hibbett, Mark Farnsworth. Obviously, the guys from Scotland, Mark Boyle, Liam Dunster, Ross Fernie. I get to play a lot of pool with guys like Robert Stephen, but getting to see the shot choice that these guys make and play at certain times, I do think it does help to visualise the game a whole lot better. I get to see shots that some of these guys would have played, and there's definitely a few options in this frame so far that Billy had the chance. Now, is this the chance? Can he slide off it and back onto it off the top cushion and make it awkward? You know, he's decided to just play it across. Tam doing everything in his power to keep the black ball absolutely welded. Guys, if you've got a washing to do, some dishes to do, maybe you've got your teeth to brush because it's a lazy Sunday, you've got time to do it because this frame has got plenty of pool left in it. We're almost at the 100 barrier again. Fantastic stuff. Now, Billy hasn't got that. The shot to Cannon, the black out of there. So, there's going to be more of a shot that I call a nothing shot. Needs to watch he doesn't double kiss this in. I think that's a snooker. I'm not sure if Tam can get through. I think that might be a snooker. Can't buy me love. Where has everyone gone? So guys, I looked away for 1 second, looked back round and the players have vanished. I don't know if there's been an alien abduction, but whilst they are away, I'm going to go to one of the other seniors teams, and it's Brian Garrick's seniors B1 team. Brian Garrick is the manager, Gary Gracie is his captain, and he's got Robert Allen, Martin Fisher, Neil Cormack, Greg Morris and Nick Denson. So massive good luck to the B1s who are going to be going to represent the Scotland seniors in Coleraine at the Festival of Pool. That's a very good team, and they will go toe-to-toe with his former manager, Gary Mitchell, and his squad, who I already gave my best to. And you know what, while I'm at it, why not go to the seniors A? Kev McLeod, player manager, and he has got one hell of a team. The only thing I can't figure out is why he didn't pick me. Well, that's for another day. Martin Jones, Davy Markey, Jim McGeekey, Alan Saunders, John McFarlane. Now, I'm hearing that Davy Markey might not be going. Someone might be able to confirm that for me. And a guy who I think is absolutely unbelievable, Jeff Dunn. Good luck to the seniors 8. It's took a while, but Billy Stirling has got a massive chance. And I think it's now time for the 5-ball plan. Yeah, the cue balls came just about far enough. I am going to find out about that. I'm sure I heard somewhere that Davy couldn't go now due to work to Malta to represent the seniors 8. And whilst we are watching the Seniors Scottish Championship, I thought it would be quite fitting to wish the teams good luck. And I'm not going to lie, it didn't come to me alone. I was given a little nudge by a certain manager, and he knows who he is. A very successful Seniors B manager. And his team will take some stopping in Ireland. And Billy gets one back. That frame took a while. Billy was patient. I do think half an hour ago he could have maybe got things flicked out a bit, but he took his time and just went when the time was right for him. And that's something that you have to do in the world of pool. Let's get some of the scores. Bert McAdam 3, Paul McCormick 0. Like I said, guys, Bert will have every chance. Jim Haddon 3, Brian Garrick 4 now. Mr. Garrick has turned that around. And it is 4-2 here, but Jim Stephen 2, Niven Adams 3. So the two last 16 ties are still going on right now. And the two quarter-final matches going on. So big break off. Cue ball not on the table. So this is a chance. This is a chance. And it's yellows all day, every day. I have to say, we can't emphasise enough how many of the top guys have been put in their place this weekend. And I think it just goes to show how tough it is, how difficult it is to win any type of event. And I think, I know Davy Jack has won a couple of the seniors events this year, but am I right in saying he's been in a couple of semi-finals or maybe even another final out with that as well? That level of consistency is first class. But this weekend, It hasn't been for him, along with a lot of the other top guys in the seniors. So much so that a few of the Masters guys are in the latter stages. Strength and depth in Scottish pool is incredible. And to think the best of them all, Walker the Talker, wasn't even playing this weekend. Absolutely frightening. The music is very low, so I feel like I'm whispering like a mad whispering person. As I say, I am literally 15 feet away from the guys at the table. I'm trying my best not to overly talk about what shots I think they should be playing, because I am not joking when I tell you they can virtually hear every single word, so it is tough. I think that's the one thing that we probably need to organise a bit more. That would be in the players' lounge. I think the best place to set up is over at the very far corner where the dartboards are, and that'll be ideal for the TV tables. I think in here there is a room down at the bottom end. I think in a Sunday especially, that would be absolutely phenomenal to be in there, nice and quiet, shut the doors, and I can go absolutely nuts. But don't get me wrong, the last event in here that I did, what did I do? It was that. Do you know, actually, that's actually crazy. Mark Boyle beat me in the semi-final. It was me and Tam spoke about. And then the stuff was sitting here, and I decided to commentate the final between him and John Owen. And the music was absolutely blaring. Mr. Garrick was having the time of his life. I think we just need to get the music up ever so slightly as we move on. Oh, has to be the plant first. Has to be the plant first, boy. Has to be. Or not. I don't mind that. Yeah, I don't mind that. He's decided to play the snooker, which has arguably turned out to be the right shot. I must admit, I'm probably playing the plant length of the table there. I think that's something that is a huge part of Billy's game, has been that bit more conservative. Not seeing the attack and pull at the very highest level, doing the commentary on these big events. I do think more than not that Billy's shot is definitely the right shot. I just see more and more. It's very rare that you see a snooker doing the big IPA events. You hardly see the guys play a snooker unless they're forced into it. That shot should have been the frame winner for Billy, but instead he's going to have the cue ball travelling around the table unless he plays another containing safety shot. I think he's maybe left an edge, which probably isn't a bad thing. Tam's called total, so it is definitely a snooker. I thought it was maybe an edge. Tam's going to try and get in behind this here. One cushion, two cushions. I tell you what. That is, 15 mil away from being absolutely perfect. Wow. Some effort there from Tam. Couple of options, but I think the simple one is no. That's just play the red. The one in the middle of them. He's going to run on and off the cushion here. And he's played it quite aggressive. I think I would have been playing it in such a way, I'd have been bringing the white to the other side and running it in so that the one at the bottom was my last ball. He should be okay. I think this is a massive indication of the way you map out finishes. You can usually tell if someone's buzzing or not. I fancy him to get this, but for me, he's definitely went the wrong way here. I think if he just plays the red into the bottom and takes the white just slightly lower, then pops that in the middle, red in the bottom corner, black in the middle, and it's all straightforward. Give himself a bit of work to do there, guys. However, Billy Stirling gets another frame back. How is the other matches going on? Brian Garrick 5-3 up now, Jim Haddon. Bert McAdams still 3-0 in front. Nevin Adams 4-2 against Jim Stevens. So Paul McCormick against Bert. Paul has a mountain to climb in the quarter-final race to 7. That's a question. I wonder when the races changed. I played Mark Boyle in the semi-final and ended up losing. Mark and I played to 9. In the quarter-final, I played to 8. And the final was played to 10, but now it's 7 all the way to the semis and then 8 in the final. Wonder when that changed. I'll have a little peek, guys, at the Scottish under-23s for you just now. Rhys Egan, 6-3 down against Andrew Lammy, and that race to 7. Blair Gibb, 6. Ryan Erskine, 6. Ross Cuthbert, 3. Ryan Martin, 5. That is the matches that are on the go in the last 16 just now. And there is only one quarter-final tie being played in the Scottish under-23, and that is Lucas Bryden against Sean Thompson, and that is all square at 1 apiece. As I say, guys, I'll keep you posted as much as humanly possible. But we are here at the SPA Scottish Seniors Championship, and it is Tam McCallum and Billy Stirling in this last 16 race to 7. And Tam is 1 frame to the good just now. I will feel that he maybe could be a little bit further in front. Mark McAllister Jr.'s in the house. I mind he used to be an under 23. Scotland A team now for that boy. there's an opportunity here. I think you can see there's not an easy starter on the yellows, but he can get the red out straight away as he shaved it enough that it goes anywhere. I don't know if it matters. It doesn't look like he's on anything. I think there's a bit of Genesis on in here. Been a while since I've heard any of that. Someone putting the old school on the Dookie. Well, like I says before, guys, we're probably not seeing the latter stages that we would have expected before a ball was hit over this weekend. But these guys have earned the right. But who of the last... Are we down to the last? This is the last 16 game. Is this the last one? Let me check. So we've got Dan McCallum and Billy Stirling, Jim Haddon and Brian Garrick, right? They are the last 16 ties. Brian Murray will await the winner of this match. Mark Graham will await the winner of the other match. And then Bert McAdam is 5-0 in front of Paul McCormick. And Niven Adams 5-2 in front of Jim Stephen. Who is your pick for the final, guys? Who would you like to see in the final out of these? It's looking to me like Bert and Niven are going to clash in the semis. What a tie that's going to be. Well, it's making me wonder, could we end up with... Now, I mentioned Brian Murray as my pick. Any one of these two guys on the table right now are capable of winning any event. I'm going to put my neck in the line and say it's going to be a final between Brian Murray and Bert McAdam. I'm not saying it's who I want, but it's who I think it might be. Who are you guys on? And that's assuming everyone's fingers aren't broke because the chat function has went quiet. The Scottish Pool Association Seniors Scottish Championship. I like that one, Simon. I like that. Brian and Niven, Tam and Niven. Niven's class. Absolutely class. He is playing so consistent over the last while. I think for me, it's the manner of some of Brian's wins, especially over Kev McLeod in his last match. He was just absolutely unplayable. I just think that maybe, just maybe, it might be his day, his weekend, his time. Brian Murray's always been a class act. I don't think anyone that knows him can doubt that. But I do agree, Niven Adams might take some stopping, but Bert McAdam is flying. So, Bruce, I totally agree. I love Bert to bits. We've played pool now for a long time together, and I think I don't know if he's underrated as such, but maybe as a guy that can win the major events, maybe he is. But I know Bert's won plenty of tournaments, plenty of big ones as well, but he's probably not in anyone's list of 10 players if you were to give them a chance before this tournament started this weekend. But he looks like he is in the zone. He's happy in life. And in turn, he looks like he's very happy on the table. So if I was to pick someone I'd love to see do well in it, Bert's one of them. Obviously, Billy Stirling here is one of my closest mates when it comes to everyday life, but Big Tam as well. We all play in the same team. I would like to see Bert do well, but I've put my neck in the chopping block. I'm going to go for a Brian Murray and Bert McAdam final. But can one of these two guys at the table do something to prove me wrong? I'll tell you who will be trying to. Niven Adams, who's absolutely flying himself right now. He is 5-2 in front of Jim Stephen. Jim Stephen, who beat former European champion Chris Payne in the last match. And Brian Garrick is on the hill 6-4 against Jim Haddon. So Brian Garrick going into the quarter-final, he'll have something to say about it. It's his club. It's his tables, it's his venue. If anyone's going to be comfortable in here, it's going to be him. Yeah, I mean, these guys are just, to me, capable of beating anyone. Let's take the word seniors out of the equation. Jonesy, Kev McLeod, John McFarlane, now John Owen, Mark Gohully, Niven Adams, Bert McAdam, Tam McCallum, Billy Stirling, all the guys that are still in this, all the guys that are normally playing in these, David Jack, they're all capable of beating any single player on the planet at the best of times. Putting it together and winning a tournament is obviously totally different. And you hear people saying that's a young guy's game now. Maybe some of the older generation have just lost that little bit of belief when it comes to playing in the actual men's events. Obviously guys like Dunster, Boyle, young Gio coming through, Fernie and what have you. These guys, they're all beatable. I see it week in, week out at certain different events. They are beatable. It's just having to beat 2 and 3 of them to win a tournament is obviously different. Maybe it's a mental block, I do not know, but I do wholeheartedly believe that some of these guys are more than capable. Davy Forrest, for instance, Davy's always there. Keith Robertson, always there. It's just putting it together on the day is most definitely not easy. It's one of the tough parts of the game, and I think it's mentally more than anything else. I must admit, I'm pretty chuffed when I came in here today. I only had a look at some of the scores yesterday. As I say, I had a bit of a busy day myself, so I couldn't get here, unfortunately for me. However, when I came today, walked in first thing this morning, and seen some of the names that had been put out of this event over the weekend, and I must admit, some of these guys are some of the best players in Scottish pool right now, and they've been sent packing. So, what an opportunity for someone that maybe wasn't high in anyone's list to become a Scottish champion. And no matter what age you are, I can just imagine what that does for your game. So what a chance to put your name in lights. I'm playing this off the knuckle, touch aside off the bottom cushion and across underneath the two yellows for the red into the middle. Now that's what I'm going to try and play. Doesn't mean I'm going to get it. What are you guys playing? Get the fingers going fast before Billy plays this. I think he's got to play it with loads aside, off the knuckle and then across the bottom cushion. I think he has to. Simon, it's incredible. Now, I know this is going to sound really stupid, but my first ever seniors event was the Scottish in here. I don't even know. Was it last year? Was it the year before? I don't know. I've only played in one. However, obviously Mark Boyle won that one. John Owen. We beat John Owen in the final. I'm looking and thinking, well, I can't mind who John beat, but 3 out of the last 4. At that time, I was playing some decent pool. I was 43, and I didn't even know I was a senior. Gary Mitchell said to me, Stevie, I didn't realise you were a senior, or I would have give you a shout for my Scotland team. And that was in here at that time. Well, he never actually said he'd give me a shout for the team. He just said, I didn't know to even consider you for the team. But I was like, I didn't realise myself, because I've never thought of being a senior when you're over 40. I just think that they're probably named wrong, in my opinion. But it was only when I seen someone mention it was over 40s, and I thought, well, I can play in that. But I think the seniors name is probably where you kind of don't realise that myself and Davy Markey, similar age. Chris Payne now in his 40s, Tam McCallum, all these guys are all in their early 40s. There's a lot. I mean, Mark Boyle in his early 40s. Simon, you're absolutely spot on. From the age of 40 to probably 60, the level is absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable, the standard. So we're probably pretty lucky in this country that from the under 15s, which when you see the under 15s are like young Jamie McPherson Jr. playing against young Sean Millen. Sean is the grandson of the great legend Mick McGoldrick, and he is obviously living up to that in amazing fashion, getting to a final in the under 15 Scottish. But young Jamie McPherson from Team Juniors went and won that title at the tender age of 12 years old. Absolutely incredible. I think the standard that we have in Scotland all the way through is first class, but there's probably not as strong a section out there than the seniors. And you look at this, I mean, there's a lot of the guys in the over 50s category that are playing in this, and they're still in this event this weekend so far, so it's just absolutely incredible. And Tam McCallum, that's one that got away. I can't believe Billy did not take the finish. Why would you not just pot the ball and come across? Made it hard for himself, and it's one away. Mate, I wasn't even talking about you. Tam saying there that he was all over the place, but I wasn't talking about Tam. I just think Billy had to take that red at the bottom, come across, try and get on the red into the middle and take the finish. But unfortunately, for Billy, he didn't go for it. Tam took the finish, and it is 5-3 Tam McCallum here. And he's good value for that lead so far. Simon, did you play this weekend? Another one of the guys for me that would always be in the mix. I'm asking that because I haven't had a full look right through the list, but you're another one for me that's always in at the business end. I'm trying to look through this entire draw at 100 mile an hour to see if you're in this, but just some of the names as I flick through it. That tie keeps popping up. The Keith Robertson, and Sean Donachie. I just think, I know there's a few really good ties at the start, but that has to be the tie of the first round for me. Andrew Blythe, I don't know very well, but that's some result against Davy Markey. And again, Bob Douglas as well, big drover. A lot of serious talent. Willie Bigham, good mate of mine. He lost to Brian Murray. It is no easy feat beating Willie Bigham, believe me. Andy McKinnon, another guy in top form over the last while. Looking forward to having him in my Scotland team in Ireland coming soon. And Brian Garrick beat him. There's a lot. Chris Ingram, another talented player. I'm just looking down this list. Jamie Simpson and Chris Giffney, a new man in the seniors ranks as well. I mean, you could seriously, if you were to put a team together of the guys that are early in their 40s, you could have Davy Markey, myself, Chris Payne, Chris Giffney, Tam McCallum. I mean, it's just mad. All of us are barely into our 40s. We're only a few years, we're still below the 45, 44. It is absolutely mad. And then you fire through the list to the guys that are just slightly older. It's just madness. The standard is absolutely different class. Christopher Ross, another one who's new to the 40s. I must admit, seniors pool in Scotland is in good hands. Here's a question for you guys out there. Gary Scott, there you go. That's right, I actually remember that. That's right, Dave, that's right. I actually remember that because I mind more than anything Gary's reaction to some of the stuff in that match. That's right. There was... I actually hear this quite a lot, and obviously... right, Simon. I've heard a few people over the last while say to play seniors, you should be 40 to 49. To play masters should be 50 to 59, and so forth for the grandmasters and what have you. But then would that mean that to play men's, you'd have to be under 40? If you were going to categorise it like that, or could you do a thing where you can have two players that are over that threshold, like the way they used to do in the European games? You could have two guys, or the under 20, was it the reserves? You could have two, or under 21, you could have two guys that were over. I wonder if you could do something like that, and it would change the landscape of how the teams were picked, that's for sure. I've heard it quite a lot that it should be those age brackets, but I think, I don't know what I would do. What would you guys do? Do you think it should be something like that, or is it not broken, don't fix it? Dave, do you know the reason why it went? I mean, that one was, as I say, I think I won 8-4 or 8-3 in my quarters. And then Mark beat me 9-6 in the semis, and then he won 10-8, was it? 10-8 something, 10-6, 10-8 against John Owen in the final. But as I said earlier, it's now down to 7-7-7 all the way through and 8 in the final. Is there a reason it changed? Stay as it is, Simon. As I say, I didn't even realise. And I had no idea that I was a senior till I was 43. So, I don't even know how many other guys are in their 40s that don't realise they're a senior citizen. Niven is 6 frames to 2 up. Amelia. Yeah, Brian Patrick, quick with the fingers. He was quicker with his fingers there than I was at speaking it out. But yeah, 6-2, Niven. He's one away from a place in the next round, which I think might be the semi-finals for Niven. And it's all over. I'm watching in the distance as Niven shakes Jim Stevens' hands. So Niven Adams is... You don't know if he's 40 yet? But he will be by the time of the event. So Niven is through 7 frames to 2. He is into the semi-final where he will play most likely Bert McAdam, who is 6-1 in front in his match. So congratulations, Niven Adams. Well done. You are in the semi-final and the first of our semi-finalists. And Tom McCallum about to get on the hill as well here. No worries, Amelia. 6 frames to 3. Thomas McCallum. And he will break with a chance of a place in the quarterfinals. Thanks everyone for watching here live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. We are in Shooters Pool and Sports Bar. First class venue, first class people, first class staff. Get yourself down if you haven't been here before. You will not be disappointed. Simon, he's too busy. He's too busy on here, mate. So Davey says you have to actually start working. You can't use being at work as an excuse for not being here if you're not actually working. Yeah, no, Murray, I know. Did Stevie Gray pull out? I know he was in the squad. Yeah, Neil Cormack was in my team in Malta. I had Neil in the men's B team in Malta. What a guy, cracking guy. And I know he's in one of the seniors teams going to Coleraine as well this year, so I don't know. It might have been a different time. I'm not sure Stevie Gray was in any of the teams in Malta when I was there. I might be wrong. I don't think he was, but was he not picked for one of the teams this year? I'm not sure. I'd have to have a look back at it. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. Is he not on Gary Mitchell's team? Did I not already say that? Ah, he is. He's on Gary Mitchell's team this year going to Ireland. So he must be 40 round about now because we go in 2 weeks. You have to be 40 before or on the day that we travel over. Simon can do it all. Easy peasy. Good shot, Billy. He has to be aggressive now. This is the time. There is no time like the present. Just a drop in. Yeah, that's the one, David. What a team it is as well. I don't know if you're just on, but I did list that team and wish you guys a massive good luck. Mitch, Twads, Davy Jack, Dunny, Stevie Gray, Mr. Happy, and the Shepster. Gary Mitchell, Kevin Twaddle, Davy Jack, Graham Dunbar, Stevie Gray, Stephen Hepburn, and Mike Shep. What a team, and massive good luck in Ireland. As I mentioned before, guys, they will go in that seniors event against Brian Garrick's team. Garrick spent years in Gary Mitchell's team, and Brian Garrick goes over there with Gary Gracie, Rab Allen, Martin Fisher, Neil Cormack, Greg Morris, and Nick Denson. Still can't believe none of them asked me. Sorry there, guys. Sending a quick message there. I need to go to my shop steward. Get the trade unions involved here. This is another chance. That was another chance for Billy, sorry, that he really had to take there. Is that the over 40s? Yes, Murray. Was he not in Billy Stirling's team? Billy's team is the Masters, that's over 50s. So, Stevie Gray definitely over 40. He's in the seniors team. Cracking player. It's good to see a couple of the guys from the far north in the Scotland teams. It is absolutely fantastic to see that door is well and truly open. And it's only open because these guys are absolutely class at what they do. And these two guys on the table are in that same bracket. Tam McCallum, who is in Drew Byers' Scotland men's B2 side. Probably a little surprised that Tam wasn't closer to another few teams. However, he's cemented himself in the top 16 of the SPA seniors rankings. So he's well and truly in the mix going forward, I would say. And who knows if he gets over the line here and maybe wins in this event, who knows what the future will bring. A big cruncher. How can he play this? Can he play two cushions with a bit of left hand side? No, he just screw it on and off and give himself a shot. Oh, there you go. Just needs to push this in. And Tam will be in the quarterfinals. Why has he stopped it? I don't think he's meant to play it that way, but he has. And it's all over. Well done, Thomas McCallum. And commiserations to my good friend Billy Stirling. delighted to say I've only missed that one frame, but I got to see it with my own eyes. Great finish for Brian Murray. I was speaking to a couple of guys there about different things in relation to going to Coleraine, some of the seniors boys. I was having a catch up with Bert's game. Bert's game's a bit further down. Bert and Paul McCormick. Bert was 6-1 up. He's now 6-4. So Paul fighting back hard in that match. So looking at the numbers that have dropped off again. And they seem to drop off when Walker the Talker takes a 5-minute toilet break. But we will keep you entertained with a fantastic pool and hopefully some okay commentary up to that point. So Thomas McCallum and Brian Murray. Going head to head here. This is a quarter-final tie. So, a lot to play for. Just putting a post on my Walker the Talker Facebook page. If you haven't already liked and followed it, please get on. Walker the Talker on Facebook. Big plans coming in the future. In the very near future. Just getting myself set up. Let's see if we can take the world of social media by storm. I'm only kidding. I'm going to do a wee bit of a podcast, guys. A lot of people have said to me for quite a while about the possibility of maybe doing one and seeing how it goes. And you know what? I've got nothing to lose. I've actually got ins in so many walks of life. Obviously, growing up in East End of Glasgow, there's the element of the different style of life that not many people know of. And then there's the football element, and then the pool element, and obviously we can try and get people from other walks of life, but pool will be the main thing to start it all off. So I, Walker the Talker on Facebook, get on there, give us a wee like and follow, and then I'll be getting the YouTube channel and also the TikTok and stuff all on the go very soon. I need to get my daughter to help me with that stuff because I haven't got a clue. But yep, looking forward to getting that stuff started. But right now, it is behind the screen on the microphone as Brian Murray and Tom McCallum go head to head. Maybe just a little screw up here and play a double for Brian. I can't see any other shot. I think that's the obvious shot. He just wants to miss the two yellows. You only want to go slightly high and play the kind of back double across the table. It will slide, so he has to play it with pace, and he has done. He is absolutely flying, guys. I've already stated that. Brian Murray is one of the guys for me in this event. So back to it. Just getting it out there onto the pages. Try and get some viewers in for the match. Brian Murray 2 frames to the good against Tam McCallum. Let us see some of the other scores, guys. We're in the quarter-final stage. Mark Graham 2, Brian Garrick 2. Bert McAdam is now 6-5. All you Paul McCormick fans out there must be going insane. He was 6 frames to 1 behind. Nevin Adams is in the semi-final already. But that has to be the story of the story of the day, sorry. Bert McAdam was 6 frames to 1 in front. But Paul McCormick is back at 6-5. And I can see, looking through the tables in the venue, he is at the table. He has a hanging yellow and a hanging black. So, guys, Paul McCormick will level up at 6-all against Bert McAdam. It will go to a decider. We will keep you updated as the scores come in all over. Remember, guys, youths and juniors right up to the under-23s have all been having their time over the last while. And right now, Lucas Bryden, who beat Sean Thompson in the quarter-finals. Gio Edgar, who beat Andrew Lamy, will go head-to-head in the semi-finals of the Scottish under-23s. Ryan Erskine is 6-2 in front of young Stephen Allison. And Ryan Martin 5-3 in front of Logan Hunt. So those two trying to get themselves into the other semi-final, all to play for. But back here to the Scottish Seniors Championship, where it is Brian Murray and Tam McCallum who are our feature match on the live table 1 with commentary from myself. There is another table on the live stream, guys, if you would rather watch something else and maybe not listen to my mad voice. However, please stay with us if you are enjoying what we have to offer right now. Now, it's not exactly what Brian was hoping for. What if someone said he was going to be allowed out of his chair to play this? I think he would be springing out and onto the table. So, is he going to play the double? I don't think he's got much of a choice. It's getting on the black that's the problem. Oh, wow. He is my pick, remember. And so far, he is not letting anyone down. Tam McCallum 0, Brian Murray 3. Guys, hang on to your coattails. What a performance this is. frame number 4. That looks dry. Tam taking his time getting out of his seat. Do you know, I quite like the idea of maybe playing the 2-1 here. Run the 2-1 in, and if both of them go, he's got a chance on both sets of balls. If only the red drops, he should be on the other red. Well, that was maybe a touch overly aggressive. I think he's looking at in off the yellow here. What a shot. What a shot. Thomas McCallum ghosting it in. Lovely pace. Now, can he get these reds over the line and get a frame on the board? He's giving himself a chance. I don't know if he's got the angle, but if he could come all the way down for that red closest to the 2 yellows at the bottom right, that would be the ideal shot here. He just has to drop through the gap. It looks to me like it does go into the right middle. However, it might not be as straightforward as it looks on the camera. Remember, guys, Scottish Pool Association Seniors Scottish Championship. It is absolutely all to play for here. We have the under-23s going on today as well. We had the under-15s and under-18s last week. So he's pushed through. Can he get low enough on that red? That's in a bit of danger. So still that one awkward red that's going to be the problem. Now, what does he do here? Can he drift round the back of it? Can he land on the yellow and just play it into the top left corner? That's what he's played. It needs to stop. I think he's okay. That's a long way off. Looks like he's having a bit of a time of it. He's under pressure because Brian is not missing. That was tough. That was not an easy red. It was not an easy finish. Trying to get on that ball was never going to be straightforward. I think Brian Murray, the way he's playing, will find it tough to make a mistake here. And talking about all the Scottish Championships, was it the 22nd last week? And we had the under 15s and the under 18s. Under 18s, Scottish champion Preston McInnes, if I remember right. Under 15s, Jamie McPherson Jr. Under 23s is ongoing just now. And like I said, Lucas Bryden and Gio Edgar are in the semi-final already. Ryan Erskine and Ryan Martin, 6-3 up in their matches respectively, are heading towards the semi-finals. So it will only be a matter of time before we see who is in the finals there. Getting another Q Score link up so that I can see some of the other Scottish Championship ones, especially in the ladies section. The only problem I've got is I am hopeless for finding all this stuff. Aha, and I have it now. That is going to be on October 26th. The Scottish ladies. So, can't talk about that because it's not been yet. But it's 4-0 here, Brian Murray. And, as I say, Preston McInnes, Jamie McPherson Jr. already have the Scottish titles. They already are. They're already champions. What two players from the seniors and the under-23s will be champions today? But guys, I was actually startled for a minute there because Paul McCormick has come from 6 frames to 1 behind to beat Bert McAdam and put himself in the semi-finals where he will play Nevin Adams. Congratulations, Paul. Commiserations, Bert. From 6-1, Paul must have played some sensational stuff. He really must have. Came from nowhere to win that match. I think anyone, if you ever needed a bit of inspiration to know that you're never beat until you're beat, then Paul McCormick, with his Clackmannanshire t-shirt on, he is simply just giving you exactly the motivation you need to never give up. Tam got the wrong side on that there. I like it. Now, you've seen how thin that was there. Chris Payne had a shot earlier. He felt he couldn't hold, and it was, to me, not far away from straight. But McCallum has got one on the board, guys. Is this the revival from 4-0 behind? It is now 4-1. And as I just mentioned, Paul McCormick was 6 frames to 1 behind against Bert McAdam, and he came flying back to win that match 7-6. Now that is the unfortunate thing in this game. Sometimes when you consider you can win 4 or 5 frames in a row, your opponent can do the same. I did mention he's been playing some great stuff. I fancied him to maybe get himself to the final. But Paul McCormick, never say die. That attitude has put him in the semi-final against Niven Adams. We're in this quarter-final match just now. Thomas McCallum and Brian Murray. So all to play for. All to play for. And the matches are going on. The other quarter-final match is, of course, Mark Graham and Brian Garrick. They are sitting at 3 frames apiece. It is tight all the way. have to feel that any chance Tom McCallum gets here, he has to take them out. And right now, he's in a world of trouble. Scott Anderson, how are you, my friend? 2 weeks from Coleraine, buddy. 2 weeks to go. And what will Brian do from here? If that top yellow, it looks like it just nicks in. And the two yellows at that corner, at that left-hand side of the table, close to the middle, both are perfect, absolutely perfect for the black. So you have to feel like Brian. I think the top one just nicks in. I don't think there's any danger of that. I think it's just the one on the outside that's maybe going to be the problem. He might decide to just drop it in and leave the cue ball on the left-hand cushion here. Yeah, I think that's what he's looking at. I think that is a shot. Yeah, James, we were talking about that earlier. We know of two in particular, and one of them is Jamie Burnett, who it is believed that he actually held both titles at the same time. And I'm not sure if he held them at the same time, but Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle, has won both also. I think that might be the only two players to hold both titles, whether simultaneously or at different times. But Mark has won the Scottish Seniors, he has won the Scottish title, and Jamie Burnett has also won both titles. So two former snooker pros, two absolute class acts, on and off the table, I must admit. 5 frames to 1, Brian Murray. I did say that he is playing like a man possessed. I may have to have a look at the other semi-final, because Paul McCormick, as I said to you guys, came back from 6-1 down. Niven has been absolutely flying, but it will be a tight match, a tight affair, but it's one that I feel will be well worth the watching if we're lucky enough to get it on the TV table. Well, no matter what, it will be on TV. Whether it's the one for commentary or not is another question, but I'm actually so intrigued about that game. I cannot believe that Paul's head didn't go at 6-1 down. That shows you the measure of the man. 6-1 behind to win 7-6 in the quarterfinals of a Scottish Championship. No mean feat by anyone at any level. Right here in this quarterfinal, Brian Murray. I was asked maybe a few hours ago, who I thought might or could go on to win it. And I did pick Brian. And up to now, he has been shown why. He's absolutely flying. He's feeling good. He's got a confidence and an aura about him right now, the way he's playing the game. He's got a swagger. I must admit, I think there's a chance on these Reds. Brian's having a look at the gap. Definitely go off the knuckle, off the yellow and in. That's a possibility. This is the SPA Senior Scottish Championship. We're live in Scottish Q Sports streaming. Shooters Pool and Sports Bar in the Kilmarnock area of Scotland. Absolutely first class. Get yourself down here. Brilliant tables, brilliant setup, live sports, very welcoming, great staff, a brilliant owner, Mr. Brian Garrick of BG Kitchen. Kitchens and bathrooms that they do are absolutely quality. And give them a shout, give them a look. You won't be disappointed. And I am Walker the Talker, Stevie Walker, aka Ali McCoist from Wish. Although I do not hear it myself, I do get told it quite a lot. So I will take all you guys' words for it. And while this is quite tight, we peak at the under 23 Scottish Championship right now, where Ryan Martin has booked a place in the semi-final, and Ryan Erskine, who was 6-3 up, along with Ryan Martin being 6-3 up, he is now 6-5 in front of Stephen Allison. So young, let's be serious guys, young Santa does not know when he's beat. He doesn't know when he's beat, and we all have evidence of that. So he's 6-5 behind. He was 6-3 behind. He's still in there fighting. But the semi-final is Lucas Bryden versus Gio Edgar. And then it'll be either Ryan Erskine or Stephen Allison Jr. against young Ryan Martin. We'll keep you updated on those scores. Back to the event in question. The Scottish Pool Association Seniors Scottish Championship. Thomas McCallum and Brian Murray going toe to toe here. 5-1 Brian. Can Tam get another one back here? Tried a little bit of a stun. Tried to push it forward, but it's dropped back slightly. Made it harder. No issue for Tam. Big cruncher has made it 5 frames to 2 as we head to frame number 8. Ryan Murray 2 away. Tam mountain to climb, but if anyone can, that's a cruncher. And again, guys, thanks to everyone on this Sunday for tuning in. It is more than appreciated. I have to assume that both semi-finals will go live at the same time. As Niven and Paul tune in at the side of this quarter-final match. So some of the things that's on the list that people think can make the game better. We've had people say that when you break off, you should get to just go again whether you pot or not. I've had people say that when you break off and going off, your opponent only gets one shot because, excuse me, which I do agree that there's 15 balls, add one more when being the cue ball, they're all flying around the table. Anything can be knocked in. You're hoping for something to go, you just hope it's not the white. But the laws of averages tell you there is a chance it can go. Maybe you shouldn't be punished for it. As such, you lose your turn. Maybe that should be enough. I actually don't dislike that. Breaker nominates, which was a rule back in the day. I actually really like that rule. I still believe that black ball rules are absolutely the best in the game. And I've heard people say, well, if you bring back breaker nominates, it'll bring back a bit of fudging. And I'm thinking, I don't understand why, but I just don't think that's the way the game is now, whether you do it or not. I just think that there's still going to be, if you break and you don't get to nominate the balls you want and your opponent's got absolute roll-ins, so you're basically losing any advantage you had in that break. Whereas if you get to nominate, I think having the break should be an advantage, and if you get to nominate the best set of balls, then so be it. And if the frame goes tight-ish, then that's just the way it goes for me. But anyway, neither here nor there. But there is a lot of people that have mentioned that, and that's the reason why I ended up having a think about it and saying that's the one for me. But I do like, if you go in off on the break, that you do not get punished by 2 shots. I like that. There's another one that people are talking about, that if the black goes in off, that it just gets put back on the spot. My question to that would be, does it go back on the spot and you continue playing? Or do you, if you get a red and the black goes in, do you continue playing because you got a ball? Or do you lose a turn? If the black and white goes in, what happens then? Do you lose the frame? Or do both of them go back out? I think that one for me is probably the one that you can't really... I'm just not too sure about that one. But there's a few rules out there, guys. How, if any of you think there is a way to improve on the rules that we have right now, how can we do it? One shot. I like that. If the white flies off the table or it goes in, if it flies in, either way, I think it should only be one visit. I like that one, I must admit. Is he going to hold this? Is he going to go 2 cushions? Is he going to drag it in with a touch of left-hand side? He's going to jab straight through the gap for the black in the same pocket. Fantastic stuff, Brian Murray, and he has 6 frames to 2 in front. I think everybody's fell asleep on the chat function. Wake up, it's a beautiful afternoon. So guys, you can't total yourself. I actually like that. So if you make the mistake, Dave, if you actually make the mistake and put yourself in trouble, then you can't call total. But if your opponent puts you in it, then you can. I quite like that. As you say, I think what you're trying to say is if you're putting yourself in a bit of trouble and then you could simply go one cushion and land behind something and put your opponent in trouble after you've actually made the mistake in the first place. Quite like that. Yeah, I must admit, I quite like that, meaning that you have to actually play more aggressive coming out the snooker then if you're the one that's put yourself in it. I like it. Now, people talk about making the game more aggressive. That's the kind of tweak that I like. I like that. And the reason I talk about nominating off the break is because I just feel that the break this day and age is just too important, and if the balls aren't opening well for you, then there's no advantage at all. The only person that's getting an advantage is your opponent. So it's something I would like to see, something that maybe gives a slight advantage on your serve, and it may well be, I think I heard, was it maybe Mark Gohuli, I don't know if Mark's watching, he thought you should play the next shot whether you pot a ball or not. So that's your advantage. Obviously you would think that the top guys are going to win almost every single frame on their serve, so you maybe have to be really good on yours, but I like that. That's the kind of tweak that when people are saying that it would make the game a bit tighter by adding nominating. Well, if you can't total yourself, that's another thing that speeds the game up, because you have to be aggressive out the snooker. What does everyone think of that one? You can't put yourself in a total snooker. If you make a mistake, you get punished. I like it. I don't think he's got the snooker, but he hasn't left time easy here. Oh, he's opted for the cross double and he's got it. He's got it. But can he get the finish from here? It's not easy by any stretch, because I don't think the red passes the bottom left hand corner, and I'm not sure that he can double kiss it in without putting the other red safe. May have to come straight out. Well, we're going to find out. And he does get them. And it is 6 frames to 3. Brian Murray here. And looking at the other game that's going on just now, Brian Garrick 4-3 in front of Mark Graham. That is on the other stream table. That is a very tight affair. And Stephen Allison Jr. does not know when to go away. It is 6-all in that match. Young Ryan Erskine hasn't been able to get over the line. So who will make up the 4 semi-finalists as we await that result? Woody. I'm sure there was a rule that you liked the idea, Woody, was it? That you continue playing after the break, or I can't mind. I was asking there if there's any tweaks to the rules that people think could make them better. And there's been loads and loads of talk over the last few months about different changes here and there. And I actually believe black ball is almost as close to the perfect rule set as you can get. And listening to some of the pros, Mark Farnsworth was sitting in the commentary booth with me a couple of weeks ago, and he was very, very similar in that. So, I like the one that Dave has said there. If you put yourself in a snooker, you can't call total. That's the first time I think I've heard anyone with that idea, and I think that's an absolute beauty. So from 6-3 behind, Santa Junior is in control. 100% agree, Woody. 100% agree. Nominate after break. Oh, he went for the 3-ball plan. I tell you what, it wasn't far away. I think it's Tam. He's going to have to kick the yellow at the bottom left-hand corner out. And this is where he wanted to get the angle from. He's overrun that by a long way. I think he was trying to come down, leave the angle to maybe take the one he's closest to and go across, kick the yellow out, be on the one into the right middle. That's the thing, Woody. I was actually speaking to Colin, must be 5-6 weeks ago, and we were in McGoldrick's, and he said to me that the reason that he doesn't play in tournaments anymore is, he's like, Stevie, it could be a wasted journey. You can go there and have, just say, it's a race to 6, you have 3 dry breaks and you're beat, and you're in the car heading home from miles away or whatever it is. And he said to me, if someone runs a big tournament or any kind of tournament but just adds in breaker nominates to the black ball rules for the event, he would be the first one to enter. And I must admit, I've said it for a wee while, I tend to agree. I just think there just doesn't seem to be much of an advantage in the break these days unless you're absolutely getting it perfect every single time, and it doesn't even happen. Even to the best, it doesn't happen. So I tend to agree. I think they are almost perfect. Almost. This is thin. Very, very thin. Little touch aside just to go past the yellow, and he's going to be perfect. And absolutely perfect comes to mind after that shot. I think you take the one. I think he's going to take the one to the top left, but I think I would take the one to the top right and then play the one to the top left. One cushion and a cross just below the middle pocket. He can take this one and then screw down. He's got the perfect angle to do so. Maybe didn't want to bring the middle bag into play. He's been absolutely phenomenal to this point. And if you were to place it with your hand, it would not be a million miles away from that line. Brian Murray is in to the semi-final after a good victory against Thomas McCallum, and it is 7 frames to 2. 7 frames to 3, sorry, just seen that there. 7 frames to 3, down Tamada's service there, Walker. So Paul McCormick and Niven Adams are going to hit this table now. We are going to get the matches rolling. We'll try and stay updated on that final quarter-final match. Ryan Erskine and Stephen Allison Jr. are still locked in battle. I'm sure Woody will keep us updated. So the first of our semi-finals is going to be Paul McCormick and Niven Adams. Let me get that shared to the Walker the Talker page. Haha. Chris Martin, aka Gizmo the photographer. And I tell you what, a brilliant photographer that guy is as well. He even managed to take good photos of me. So Paul McCormick, who came back from a mountain. Saying a mountain, he had to climb the mountain. And he climbed it in fine fashion to beat Bert McAdam. You can hear Billy Stirling still here in the background. So Gizmo, I have got a plan and you are the man to help me when we get this podcast up and running. I've decided I think you're the guy that can give me a little bit of help I need, since nobody else seemed to come through when asked. So you're the man. I've made that decision. And I think the first one is going to be a cracker. So Paul McCormick will break a magician as well. A bit of a magician, I like that, aye. Yeah, mate, we do know more or less what the first one is, but I've got a couple of classic ideas for it that I'm hoping will elevate it to be an absolute belter of a first one. So let's do it. Let's get it done, man. I just need to order some of the equipment needed, and then we're away. And as you say, we could probably do it really basic as well, and it'll still come across okay. So keep your eyes peeled, guys. Walker the Talker is going to be in the world of podcasts very soon. Just hope everybody watches it and has a great time watching it. Definitely a magician with that camera. He's the only guy I know that manages to get the Northern Lights or the Aurora through the Scottish cloud system. Wherever he goes, the clouds move away. I think you're meaning he's a magician because they get a good picture of me. I think they call that filters. It's mad sitting talking about some of this stuff and then a thing pops up on the Google. How the Universe Will Die, the End of Everything science documentary for you. Craig, what have you been watching, pal? Mr. Doomsday. Craig Anderson, the Doomsday Professor. So Paul McCormick, like I said, guys, should not have been in this semi-final based on the fact that he was 6-1 behind. But he is obviously a man that knows no give up. It's not in his vocabulary. He doesn't know how to do it. He fought and he came through against Bert McAdam. And he's earned the right to play in this semi-final against Niven. And that answer we were all waiting for. Woody said Stephen Allison was big favourite in the frame. But unfortunately for him, Ryan Erskine is the one that won it. And Lucas Bryden versus Gio Edgar. Ryan Erskine versus Ryan Martin. There will be a Ryan in the final. We'll keep you updated with the Under-23 Scottish Championship, brought to you by the Scottish Pool Association. and 4 absolute stars going head to head in that. Now, I don't think Niven got that quite right, unless he's just hidden the edge. What can Paul do here? What is he going to try and cut this in? It is thin. The cloth is very slidey, so he has to watch he doesn't slip past the yellows. He wants to. I think he's going to want to dig in and go for the red. Yeah. You would think I actually know what I'm talking about, guys. Yeah, brand new cloth put on all the tables on Friday. You really can't ask for any more than what has been brought to us in Shooters Pool and Sports Bar. Paul did not take the slide into equation there. I think he had to really dig into it and try to play it like he was screwing towards the red. He would never have made the red, I don't think, but if he played it that way, he would have cannoned the yellows as he tried to do. He just bounce this out and leave the cue ball in there. 2 shots, I think. I think he hit the red first there. I think that's a foul, guys. I've not seen, but I think that was a foul there, guys. So Woody letting everyone know, and it's on your screen, guys. So it looks like Ryan managed to play a fantastic shot to eventually win that frame and that match. Young Santa was 6-3 down and eventually losing out in the semi-finals of the Under-23 Scottish Championship. Definitely no disgrace, and well done, young man. And congratulations, Ryan, who's in the semi-final now. Quarter-final. I meant to say there for Santa. Unlucky, young man. Yeah, I was wondering what was going on there. I was dying to jump up to my feet and say, by the way, it's 2 shots, but yeah, he knows it's 2. And I think Paul actually called it. I seen him talking to him, and I think that's exactly what he was talking about. I think Paul called the 2 on himself anyway. Now that's not exactly gone to plan. I think if he gets down the right hand side of the table, all can be okay. Ah, okay, that makes more sense. So he's ended up playing one of these shots that probably if you give him 50 attempts, he might get it out twice, and in the other 48, he's knocking in the black. Right, okay, makes more sense. So it sounds like young Santa from 6-3 down, getting back to 6-all, has ended up really unfortunate to lose that match. Niven chasing the cue ball a bit here. And due to that, he has given Paul McCormick another bite at the cherry. Not easy from here. Pots this in, he might knock the yellow. He might knock it towards the two reds and land on absolutely nothing. Ah, lovely controlled shot. Tiny trace aside just to go high. Well done. And a chance to get the first frame on the board. We've had a back and forth in this one. Both guys had opportunities. Both guys let them slip. But this opportunity comes for Paul McCormick now. That is what you call a rush of mad mental blood. I think he was trying to screw off the red, to be fair. Instead, he almost screwed halfway down Kilmarnock Main Street. He's given himself a nice angle here, just to run it round. And that will do nicely. And Paul McCormick, from the depths of despair in the quarter-final, goes one up in the semi-final. A big break-off shot. Yeah, Murray. He's ended up calling it anyway, but it did look at first like they weren't too sure, but I think Paul was straight to the point where he said, I think I've just shaved that red there, and I think it was agreed that he did. So, good sportsmanship in the end. Yeah, mate, I've actually seen some results over the last maybe couple of years, and not in a, as I say, not in a disrespectful way in any shape or form. When I was looking at some of the matches coming through, and I was thinking, can't be that same guy, and turns out it was. I'm sure I played him in, I think the one in McGoldrick's, not this year, the one last year. In fact, it was a year before, because last year I was in hospital. No, was it last year? No, the year before, I think it was, because I was in hospital last year. And I'm positive, because I thought it was somebody else. And then when it was, I went, oh, right, I get who it is. And there was no doubt that he's definitely went up a few notches. And as you say, he looks like a guy that's playing a bit, because there's definitely a sharpness to his game. Not very tentative, going for finishes. That usually comes, Woody, you'll know better than anybody, that when you're playing the game, you see them a lot quicker and you're not shy to get down and play them. So it seems to me that we've got a guy here that's playing a bit. You don't get to the semi-final of the Scottish Seniors. Of any event, I don't care if it's a local flyer. You don't get there very often unless you're doing something right. He's actually, to me, got away with that. I think he should have been playing that with a bit more pace and bringing the cue ball towards the red, knock the red out the way. He's played it off the inside. I don't believe he's meant to do that, because it could have went wrong. It could have went safe. And he's going to be 2-0 up here. He was 6-1 behind to Bert McAdam, who has had a fantastic weekend. And everyone that knows Bert knows how good and how steady he is, how solid he is. And from 6-1 behind, Paul McCormick has come back and won that match 7-6. He's now 2-0 in front of Niven Adams in the Scottish Pool Association Seniors Scottish Championship. I have to say, are we going to have an underdog story? Because if I was to list 10 guys from the initial draw that I thought could win this event, I'm afraid Paul would not have been on that list. But he is breaking the boundaries today. And he has 2 frames to 0 in front against Niven. And the final quarter-final match that's still going on, Brian Garrick and Mark Graham. That is dragging on just a touch, but it is 6-5 Brian Garrick. Lucas Bryden 0, Gio Edgar 3, Ryan Erskine 1, Ryan Martin 0. That is in the under 23 Scottish Championship. What a chance this is to get yourself 3-0 in front in the semi-final. Would have liked a better angle on that. He's going to have to find a gap now. Well, guys, balls are going to be travelling here. Yeah, definitely, Woody. I think the old underdog thing probably only comes to fruition in the early rounds when you're playing against a good player, but all of a sudden you find yourself in the semi-final and you've played against numerous good players and you're in front against another cracking player. At some point in time you don't become the underdog anymore, but it will be an underdog story if he goes on to win it. Of that there's no doubt. I think Niven has got it. Well, he's tried to kick it out there. I think you just pot that ball and then bring the cue ball in behind the black for a snooker. If he gets it right, Paul wouldn't have had an easy escape. Well, that is probably the worst thing that could have happened. And that'll do it. That's a slide off the two knuckles. It's not going to get there. I think Niven can play this in such a way where he gets his red and the black out at the same time. I think you want to have the cue ball almost touching the left-hand cushion. And this way the yellow might bounce out at the same time. Yeah, I liked playing that with pace. From the inside position and get the red all the way down to the bottom cushion, the bottom left-hand pocket. So he's still going to go here. The red just at the bottom side of the table is not easy. There is obviously a potential to play a snooker, but it's obviously very, very tight. So can you play any shot, even if it would be a foul? No, Andy, you can't. You can't play a deliberate foul. There is probably the one kind of cute type shot you can play. Well, you play the kind of tactical foul when the ball's over the pocket, like an attempted 2-1 that doesn't really go in as a 2-1 and basically hand the table over to your opponent. Giving them two shots into the bargain, giving them the one free shot, one visit, but you can't just go down and play any kind of deliberate foul, that would be loss of frame type shot. I think someone has dropped a bomb in this building. I am a touch away from everyone else, so how it has hit me from any distance is beyond belief. Or maybe I'm wrong and Garrick has the staff making some kind of boiled egg madras. A brave clearance here so far from Niven. Wow. That is a bad one. He's not left a knuckle, surely. I can hardly take the top of my jumper away from my nose right now, guys. I know that's not what you want to hear, but just in case I drop in and out for a couple of seconds or it sounds a bit different because I'm talking through my jumper. I think he may have knuckled Niven here. He may have to play this for some side. Yeah, he snookered him. I think he had to dig down a hell of a lot more than that. It looked to me like he was aiming miles wide. Like that. I have to say, Niven probably should have got the finish. There's no doubt about that. But that is the kind of luck you need if you want to go and win any tournament. Paul McCormick right now must have a magic lamp in his pocket, and that was one of his wishes. Yeah, Woody, I think he was aiming so far wide there. You would think that he was aiming for the top right corner and trying to swerve it back in. Man, I think you just aim down the line. The minute you put the swerve on it, the cue ball is going to come right and then quickly swiftly come back in. So I just think he aimed a bit too wide there, but unfortunately he's not managed to get it, and Paul McCormick is 3-0 in front of Niven Adams. The problem for me, Andy, it's not taking the luck when it comes. It's actually having the luck to come in the first place. That is something I have not been blessed with. However, I think the way people play pool involves them needing elements of luck here and there. But myself, I don't feel like I play the crash bang wallop anymore. Yeah, that is sport, as you say, Andy. That is sport. It's just that I don't know if anybody watches a guy called Darren Brown. Darren Brown does not believe in luck. He believes in opportunity. Some people take it, some people don't. I would like to invite Darren to a pool event and say, right, my man, you telling me that that's not luck? You telling me that was simply opportunity? Some maniac smashing off every ball on the table. And Darren would probably say, well, he took the opportunity to smash off them, so he got the reward. But anyway, that's another story. Nevin Adams, right now, after a monumental mistake in the last frame, has given himself a chance once again to get his first frame on the board in the semi-final match against Paul McCormick, who is riding the crest of the wave after coming through against Bert McAdam in a match he had no right to win. Needs it to grip. I'm not sure it has. He uses the tiniest of tips. Can he manipulate this? He couldn't. I think he had to push through two cushions with a bit of run inside and get himself up towards the red, or to screw off the bottom cushion and bring the cue ball back the way with a touch of reverse side. He didn't manage either of them, and he's in a bit of trouble now. Sometimes a hit is all you can do, and all Niven could do there was make sure he didn't give away any type of foul. That's the thing. I mean, Niven plays with, I don't know, is it 6mm or something? And I always played with a really, really small tip. Always. But gradually I started to creep up a bit because work was getting done to my cue, the ferrule needed to be changed, what have you. So naturally the tip would get a touch bigger, but I always liked the look when I was looking down the cue, seeing that bit more of the cue ball and what. It's one of the things, it might not matter to most, but I like to be able to see a lot of it because in playing snooker, maybe have a 9.5mm tip, whatever it is, 9mm tip, 925, whatever anyone uses, you see a lot of the cue ball. Obviously, because it's bigger naturally. So well done, Niven, when going to play pool and using that big tip on the smaller ball, I was kind of like, nah, that doesn't look right. So I went to a smaller tip to try and make it look that bit more natural. Unfortunately, I don't know if it made any difference to my game, good or bad. I always done okay with the size of tip, but over the last while I have changed. I'm now using an 8.7mm tip, which is the biggest I have ever used playing pool. Well, out with maybe when I used to hit in the pub with the old pub bats, but for a cue of my own, it's definitely the biggest. Took me maybe 4 or 5 weeks to get comfortable with it, as in to play certain shots, and then it's took me a few months to really feel that every single shot I'm playing, I'm trusting myself with it. But I must admit, never using such a small tip, it has to affect so many of his shots, and I have to think that if he had even a touch more on that tip, I can only imagine how dangerous he would be in the world of pool. And he's missed it. And Brian Garrick, the man from Shooters, will go head to head with Brian Murray in the other semi-final. Gio Edgar racing through the field. 7-1 against Lucas Bryden in that semi-final. So Gio won his first match 7-0. He won his second match 7-0. He won his third match 7-2. And his semi-final match 7-1. He's dropped 3 frames on the way to the final. Fair play, young Gio. Brian Garrick and his home venue, Shooters, is in the semi-final. And that'll be coming up on the other stream table very soon. But right here, right now, Paul McCormick is 3-1 in front of Niven Adams, and Niven is going to have to dig deep here. The underdog story is in full swing. Can Paul McCormick make it a reality? He's got it. I don't know if he's on the one to the top left. It looks tight. Yeah, I mean, he obviously loves the smaller tip. He obviously has played with it for a long time, and he's very comfortable. However, I did creep up in tip size with it because of that. So he's going to have to dig deep here. This race to 7 can be very quick to run away from you. So Niven will break off. And a good break is a must here. He's got a ball. He's got a couple of balls. Has he got an opportunity? That's the question. Listen, he's at the table. Possibly red balls, maybe. I was going to say he needs to get them. He's going to get them. He's taking these so quick. Niven Adams not wasting any time. It's going to be 4-2. Tom Daly laughing his head off. This is one of those frames that can mean more in the middle of a match than most, because 4-3, massive for Niven, 5-2, would see Paul heading in the direction of victory. Might want to deal with that yellow that's over the pocket. He's just lifted a ball off the table. Referee. You got a VAR check on that. I think the ref's eyes are painted on, guys. Yeah, he's helped himself to put a ball down the pocket there. Yep, it's what I like of that, guys. Can't be about ACDC, man. So the fingers between the black and yellow. He's lifted his hand away. He's got a chance. What I will say is if Paul misses here, Niven will take out the reds. I feel that he is starting to find that little bit of groove that he needs. The yellow, for everyone that might not know, passes through the reds to the bottom left corner. The only thing is he wanted to be off the cushion so that he could just jab back enough. But can it pass? Can the cue ball pass the black? That's an even bigger question here. We're about to find out. Because he's played on it. If he can play it in to the bottom cushion knuckle, he should be okay. That's what he's done. That's probably the right song choice for Paul. He's on his way from misery to happiness. 6-1 down in the previous match. If that's not misery, I don't know what is. And 5-2 in the semi-final is definitely happiness. So Paul McCormick, absolutely on fire. Guys, I will be back in one moment. I just have to get to the toilet. back in nice time, guys. Nice time indeed. Well, that was a good chance. I actually walked past the table as Paul dropped the red in the top. He did. Looked like he missed it. Niven is looking like a dejected man out there. There's a lot to play for Niven. Take a leaf out of Paul McCormack's book. He was 6-1 behind in the quarter-final. I know I've mentioned it a lot, but that has to be your guide not to give up. He's thinking clear. He's playing well. He obviously has a buzz. He's feeling good. And he's going to be 6-2 in front here, barring a massive mistake. And is that the massive mistake? Now he has to play a shot. I think he should have been standing up past the yellow, not screwing into it. He's still got a shot to play here. I think he has to screw between the red and the yellow. It will not matter where the cue ball lands. As long as he does that, he should be okay. And that will do. It is most definitely not what he was trying to do, but that will do absolutely perfectly. And it's going to be 6 frames to 2 here. Is this the underdog story of the year in Scottish pool? I will bet my bottom dollar nobody gave Paul a chance. But he's 6-2 up in the semi-final here. Big thank you to Brian Garrick, who's on the other table, not having the best of times by the looks of it, but making sure that I'm getting plenty of fluids. I majorly appreciate that, Brian. Thank you very much, mate. Niven Adams, mountain to climb. We've had some mountains scaled over this weekend. Are we going to see another? I'm not sure if he was playing to screw onto the red, if he was playing to hold the cue ball and maybe play the yellow into the right middle there. I'm not even going to guess, guys. I don't know what Niven was thinking there. Was he trying to miss the red and come across? I think he was trying to miss the red. You know what? I think he was trying to miss the red and screw through the gap to play the yellow into the left middle, then have maybe the yellow to the bottom left corner. I think that may have been what he was thinking. Nothing easy here. I don't think Paul has to be overly aggressive. I think he can take his time. That is every day of the week the shot to play at this moment in time in any match. 6-2 in front, a race to 7. Your opponent in a world of trouble. We keep it simple. We keep it effective. We do everything in our power to win the match. Is it going to slide high? Has he knocked that into a plant? I think he has. I think that might be all she wrote. I see in your team, Paul. Is this McCormack guy in your team, aye? You're just picking guys because their name's Paul, aye? Well, you might be picking the senior Scottish champion after this, mate. I know you've picked him. But what a pick it will be. And maybe, just maybe, Paul McIntyre having the faith to put the Saltire jersey on his back. Maybe, just maybe, that is what's giving him the confidence to go up a few notches. Frightening. Just goes to show someone believing in you can take you up a level. He's going to be donning the Saltire jersey in 2 weeks in Ireland. If he plays shots like that over in Ireland, I'll be having words with him. Yeah, I had to have them finished there. That was the chance to go over the line. Woody, you mentioned it a few posts ago. These are the toughest frames in any walk of life to win. Listen, that red will nick inside the yellow. It'll still go. Davy Jack, do you know what, mate? If you offered me a bet right now, it would need to be mammoth odds because I've actually got a feeling that it could happen. I think he has to get it now. If he doesn't get them at this visit, I'm going to tend to agree. Wow. That was not the shot he was trying to play. He's going to have to come back for that again. He's going to have to take the one in the bottom right corner here. A rush of blood. The pressure that you feel at 6 frames to 2 up in a semi-final. I don't care who you are, you still feel it. The most consistent seniors player of 2024. I think Mr. Davy Jack will tell us that they're still the toughest frames to win. Mate, our digs are sorted, Paul. Our digs are all sorted. You don't need to worry about that, mate. You should get the $4,000 and get it all paid. You're the main man. You're sorting a lot. I'll just pick the check up off you and that's us sorted. No. Ah, he's okay. If that sneak behind there, that would be all she wrote. Davy Jack has made a bold statement. This match, for me, should be over. And Nevin Adams has kept it alive. That black almost spun out the pocket. So Davy Jack says Nevin wins from here. What's everybody else thinking on the chat? Does Nevin win? Or does Paul manage to take one of the chances and get over the line? I thought I heard him shouting Walker. That wasn't me. It's just Billy Stirling making noise again. It wouldn't be like him to sit quiet. Six frames to 3. SPA Scottish Seniors Championship. I'm trying my best not to get all excited in here because I'm literally, I think you might say a stone's throw because a 10-month-old baby could throw a stone this far. What would the bookies give you odds-wise? I mean, I don't know. Obviously, for a lot of people out there that don't know, I mean, Paul's obviously a very good player. I don't care who you are. You don't get to this stage in these type of events without being a very, very good pool player. And Paul is showing right now how good he is. He's 6-3 up against one of the best players in the event. The odds have just been slashed. On Niven making a comeback, I think. What would you give Davy Jack? What would you give on Niven to win this? Even money? 5-2, 10-3. I don't even know how betting works. I'm not a gambler. Andy Boyle 46 for Paul McCormick to win. It's tough because Woody actually mentioned it not so long ago. The toughest frame and pool to win, even from 6-0, is hard. It's the hardest to win. And there's a guy that knows all about winning. Charlie Shaw saying 20-1. Bloody hell, I'll have a fiver on that. Charlie, you better watch. I think half of the chat will be putting bets on you in a minute. Still a 94 shot. It is that frame. I mean, Bert was 6-1 up, couldn't get over the line. You've seen it so many times. You can be 5, 6, 7 in front, whatever it is. And eventually you do get over the line, but normally you've lost 4 or 5 frames just to get that one. And you've had your chances. So that is what Paul has to try and avoid here. He doesn't want to be in that place where he's giving up chances and it ends up 6-5 and he's got another half chance. So he has to be careful here, Paul. He has to make sure he's not playing these kind of nothing shots. and it's what he's just played, and it's given Niven a chance to get back another frame, and that comes from the shot that Paul's just played. The moment he played the shot, I think 90% of people watching knew exactly what Niven was going to do. He was always going to have a go at getting that out off the one at the bottom right corner. And the thing is, he only had to make contact with one of the balls in that area to have a chance of doing that. Was that meant to say now, Charlie, or he will not? Well, that is a massive mistake. And that could be the end of all proceedings here. I think in that situation there, I preferred just playing that in and just coming up the table rather than trying to flick through off two cushions and come out for it. Can he thin nick it and keep the white on the table? That's the question. The answer's no. The answer is no. And for the 120 people tuning in right now, Paul McCormick, if he is your guy, then this has to be his time. Slide off the black, cannon the yellow out, all yellows wide open. Yeah, Davy boy, you could see how thin it was. I think he would have had to play it about 100 miles per hour. And I think the white was always in the top left. Aye, Charlie. Now you're right and not. If Niven potted that ball there, you would have said now. I'm only kidding, mate. I mean, the bookies would be having a field day right now, but listen, Paul, put the cue ball on the side, slide off the black, bounce the yellow out. Your worst case scenario is you're going to be on the black, the yellow to the top right hand corner. Just roll them all in. Don't complicate things, and please don't play it from there because that is a foul. This is the squeaky bum time. He's overthinking it, guys. Mate, I think he can take the bad yellow out by sliding off the black, and in turn he'll open the entire table up in one shot. Use his free shot to his advantage. I think he has to play this with too much pace. To me, it looks like the yellow might pass into the right middle. If it does, then all you have to do is just drop this in. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. It took him a while to get there. I think it passed into the right middle as well, so I think he's okay. That looks just about perfect. Keep it simple, Woody says. Jonesy, bang on. David Jack says some shot. Now, it's all about what you have inside that gets you over the line. Because we know he can pot, guys. We know he can play. Has he got the temperament to put himself in the Scottish Seniors Championship final? Shire ball. I suppose if he wins this, we could call him the bowling ball. Yeah, he's decided to take his medicine on that. He could have stunned up a field past the black, at least in that direction, but He didn't want to overcomplicate things. Needs to stay calm. He is now one shot away from a place in the Scottish Seniors Championship final. From 6-1 down in the semis. Paul McCormack is in the final. What a story this is, guys. And Paul is the one who is writing it himself. Nevin made some mistakes. Didn't quite play to his capabilities. But we can't take anything away from a man who, quite simply, about an hour and a half ago, was heading up the road. Congratulations to Paul McCormack, who is in the final. And I have to say, I do believe that maybe, just maybe, that Scottish selection has given him the confidence and belief that he needed, because you can't say that he's not got the character, because he was out the tournament. He was almost gone. And instead, he dug deep. He won that match. He came in here against Niven, his second favourite. Not in his eyes. He's the man in his eyes, and he is in the Scottish Championship final. It is the seniors. We're in shooters. We're in Scottish Q Sport streaming. It is unbelievable, and I am delighted for him. Absolutely delighted for him. And I think the viewing figures might go through the roof in Clackmannanshire tonight. So we are awaiting the other semi-final, guys. That is on the other stream table. You can go and tune into that right now if you want. And Brian Murray is 2-1 in front of Brian Garrick. So plenty of pool left in that one. Unfortunately, without the main man here to switch the tables and stuff and do what it is they do, we will just be hanging on for this. Yeah, Paul, I mean, if he pulls out, you can have Paddy. I mean, everybody needs a cheerleader, come on. Nah, fantastic. Honest. As I said earlier, I couldn't make this event for specific reasons, because I put my kids first yesterday and the young football team that I run. And I've done quite well in these events. Semi-final of a Scottish, final of another one. David Jack, the most consistent guy in the seniors this year. There's a lot of people. Davy Markey, Kev McLeod. The list goes on. Guys, I've named them all earlier. You could throw a blanket over the head of maybe 10 guys that you would pick to get to the final and maybe have a chance of winning this. And no disrespect at all. Not many of us are picking Paul. But he has written his own story. A tale of the underdog. Congratulations, mate. And I look forward to watching and commenting on this final. Mad Paddy, man. I blame Paddy for Niven there. Paddy was supposed to come and play last night and just didn't show, didn't even tell anybody. Quite disappointing, that. Well, the final will not be far away, however, in that race to 7, Brian Garrick and Brian Murray. It is 2-1 to Brian Murray. There's a bit of pool left in that match. I'll turn this camera around to me, guys. I can just talk to you. Which sounds a bit mad because I'm talking to you anyway, but So, Brian Murray or Brian Garrick will play Paul McCormick. I must admit, I am absolutely over the moon that it's going to be someone who would not have been overly considered to win this title that's going to go home with their name in the trophy. I think it's phenomenal for pool, for seniors pool, for Scottish pool. I think it's absolutely unreal that someone is about to put their name on it, not considered maybe one of the bigger names. And even though some of the bigger names haven't won a title at this, someone of these three is going to put their name in Scottish pool history in the seniors event. Absolutely brilliant. How are we getting on with the young team? Ryan Erskine 4, Ryan Martin 5, Gio Edgar sitting chilling or waiting on the winner of that match. Gio obviously big favourite to win that title. And he's doing it in some fashion right now. So guys, I'll keep you updated on everything that I can just now. Obviously, we don't have any match on here for the moment. So I do expect the numbers will dwindle just a bit. I mean, we were up at 125 or something there, 130, whatever it was, and now we are down to 60. So please tune back in when the final does start. I will talk as much nonsense as I can to keep you guys entertained during that period. I'm going to go and have a peek and see how the Brian Garrick game, I know it's 2-1, but I'm going to have a look and see what's happening on the table.
thought it was 495 upside down. 100%. Five I did. I had to move all 5 flights next day to the back. Oh, just set my rocket.
.36 on for the final that's just about to get started. Let us go. Get it shared far and wide. Walker the talker, ready to rock and roll here. Let's get it on here for everyone. The show is about to be on the road. This is what it's all about, guys. This is insane. It's took us all day to get here. And I tell you what, guys, it's all kicking off in this venue. There's about 10 of us in here. I just need to hope that the guys don't hear me too much. As I say, I'm only a short 15 foot away from the table. So Brian Murray, Paul McCormack, it is absolutely insane to think these two guys would not have been on the... They would not have been the pick of any... Let's be serious, not many of us are picking these two to go all the way, but I picked Brian today. I picked him this morning. I seen the way he was playing, and he ended up my selection, and he's in that final. So, a dry break from Brian has led to an opportunity early doors for Paul. It's not easy. There's work to be done. It doesn't look like the yellow close to the red and black will pass into the right middle. Who will be crowned the king of the Scottish seniors? It all boils down to this, a true underdog tale for this weekend. Race to 8 in this final. He's going to have a chance to kick out. In fact, he doesn't need to move it. The red closest to the black actually goes. It passes into that right-hand pocket. So, big chance, big opportunity. Who do I fancy to win? Kevin Robertson. This is the mad thing. I'm actually finding it tough to bet against Paul because the way he came through this. However, at the start of the day, there was a conversation, I think about 11 a.m. Yeah, there was quite a few of us quite a few people asking who we fancied, where we thought the tournament was going to go. And whilst I was on the venue floor watching some of the pool that was going on, I thought Brian Murray was absolutely buzzing. He still had a few matches to get through, but I fancied him to go all the way, and there was still some solid names in the tournament. So I'm going to stick with that pick, and I'm going to say Brian Murray. Against my better judgment, because I know there's loads of Shire guys on here tuning in. However, it doesn't really matter to me who wins, but I did say I fancied Brian when I walked through the door this morning, so I'll stick with that since he is in the final. The one awkward bottle is the yellow. Kevin, that's what I'm saying. I know that I actually went over and I spoke to Paul. I was speaking to Paul about the fact that before today, he was probably not expected to go as far as he's got. But I do feel that being picked to play for Scotland has given him some kind of belief somewhere inside. But we had a 5-minute conversation where he said that he's ended up putting so much pressure on himself since being selected. He's felt like he had to justify it. He's had to try and work harder. He's had to prove a point to people and show that it's not just one of the random picks for the sake of it. He wanted to make sure it was justified, and he struggled. He was telling me that he's been struggling with his game. He's been trying to kind of put in the time where he's trying too hard. He's going that extra mile, and it's ended up, I suppose, setting him back a touch. But he came in today and said, look, I've got nothing to lose. Nobody expects me to do anything, so I'll just go and enjoy it. And, I mean, go and enjoy it. He's in the final. So I have got no qualms about who wins this match. The only reason is because when I walked through the door this morning, very, very early, I had said, because of the way I seen Brian Murray was playing, that he was going to be hard to beat. He's now in the final. I'm finding it hard because of how much grit and determination that Paul's shown throughout the day. Finding it tough to bet against him, but it's just one of the things. You got to stick with what you stick with, whatever that means. Listen, good luck to both of them. And I know it sounds daft. It doesn't really mean anything to me who wins it. I'm absolutely delighted that two massive, probably underdogs at the start of this weekend are in the final. And one of them's going to put their name on the trophy, which is absolutely incredible. So, a massive congratulations. Just for getting this far, and Paul's going to get a chance early. He's going to get a chance early. That's a race to 8. There's a long, long way to go in this match. And a good start is what both of them will want. But Paul will know from being 6-1 behind in the quarter-final that it doesn't mean everything. The parade is all ready and waiting. The streets have been painted and lined with yellow and white. Yellow and black, yellow and white. I don't know what all the Shire colours are, but I know that's what you wear at the counties. Listen, see, if you ask me, guys, there should be some major celebration if he wins this. I don't know Paul mega personally, but for me, I've been around the pool scene for quite a while. I know I drifted away for about a decade. But for me, this weekend, the guys that were in this tournament, I've named a lot of them. From Kev McLeod, Scott Dunbar, Martin Jones, Mark Gohully, Davy Markey, Chris Payne. Now, listen, these guys have all been so consistent over the last while. He has been a massive underdog to even have a run in this event. and here he is in the final. So that's one thing you guys can promise me. If he gets over the line, I want to see the videos of a massive celebration if he manages to do this. And listen, I wish him well. You want to join me in comms, mate? You and him? Brian Garrick sitting next to me. It's not that I've been talking about you all day, mate. Oh, my word. Telling everybody what a great host you are, mate, and how good the place is, and you can't ask for any more. Absolutely superb. And you almost made it there. Do you know what I mean? It's what a story that would have been. The man from Shooters wins the Scottish title in Shooters. I remember, I'm talking to Brian Garrick right now for anybody listening. The one couple of years ago when I played Mark Boyle in the semi-final, and I was the same. I was on for 9 in the morning, and I'd played all the way through, hadn't even had a minute, and I went to take 5 minutes, and I looked round and Boyle was already lagging at the table. He was ready to lag, and I went, are we playing right away? And he's like, oh, you're not ready? And I went, oh, let's go. The next thing I was 6-1 down without even blinking. And I wasn't ready. I went and splashed some water in my face, got a bar of chocolate from behind the bar, and I got myself back in it. But it's hard, isn't it? It's so hard when you're just non-stop all day. He doesn't want to be straight here. He's not on it. He's going to need to play a double. I tipped. A lot of the Clacks boys are on. You're tuning around shouting for Paul, and they said, who do you fancy? And I said, well, I actually picked Brian this morning because I watched some of his very first game, and I went, he looks like he's buzzing. So I sat down, somebody asked the question, I went, do you know what, I've not seen anybody else, I've only seen Brian, and so I'm going to say Brian Murray. And there was obviously a lot of good players still in it, and he's in the final, and I says, well, I've got to stick with him. They're the wrong answer. I've got the open top bus ready for the big party. Taylor Swift's #1 fan. Mind that, I was in here that night. And Brian Murray does nail it. That was a big chance, though, for Paul McCormick there. As good a chance as you're going to get in a final. He has to step up and take them, or he could get steamrolled here. Because Brian Murray, like I said, guys, has been absolutely flying today. So he won't miss if he gets a chance. So Paul needs to make sure that he doesn't miss either. Boys, I'm absolutely delighted that there's a Shire boy in the final. I think he's a rock class. I know there's always were moments and all that when we're at the counties and stuff, and I've never, ever in my life, I've not got any issues with anybody. I think that's the greatest moments in pool at the counties. The one time I did get a wee bit annoyed was when my kids were there, and obviously there was a wee bit of back and forth. I thought it was maybe just a touch too far because the young team were there. But no, listen, as I've spoke to Paul. He's in Paul Mack's Scotland team. Paul Mack told me how good a guy he is, never mind how good a player he is, and I've got that impression just with talking about him. So I would absolutely love to see him win it. I've not got any issues. It was just I picked Brian Murray this morning because he was absolutely flying, and all of a sudden he's in the final. But what I will say is he's going to need to minimise his mistakes. He told me over the last while he'd been trying too hard. He was a wee bit nervy for certain things. But you know, I played some amazing pool in the seniors event in McGoldrick's last year. Kev McLeod, John Owen, Chris Payne, numerous guys that I've beat to get to the final. And it's mad, see when I'd got to the final, that edginess had left me. And it was like my subconscious was telling me that that's great, you got to a final, brilliant, great effort. And I struggled. I just hope that Paul doesn't go down that road because he felt at the pressure of playing for Scotland. Not the pressure, he felt he started to try too hard to prove to people that he was good enough. Getting to the final of the Scottish Seniors, if this doesn't tell you you're good enough, nothing will. Do you know what I mean? So, listen, I wish him all the best here. It's a long way to 8. He was 6-1 down, he came back. So, one thing I can see in Paul is he will not be worried about being 1-0 down. Especially with that army of clacks guys on here supporting him, and maybe we need to let him know that there's going to be an open top bus. It might make sure he wins in. As long as it's got a stripper's pole on it, I think he'll be having the time of his life. I'll just get some mad visions there. I would love to see him win. I've got, honestly, no danger. I would love to see him win. Hope Miss McCormack's not tuning in. I'm going to need to cancel the exotic dancers. That's a shot. That's the shot. He should have played that maybe a wee moment ago when he didn't have his red at the bottom in a bit of trouble, but maybe try and get it out as early as possible. But that's it. It's not easy for Brian here. He's bridging over the red. It's not the easiest shot in the world to clear the bag and open everything out at the same time. So Cammy, it goes without saying, mate. What good is this party bus if it's not got the right equipment? I tell you what, by the way, that was some shot. Lisa, are you hearing this? Another thing, I don't know if it was all you guys, but in between Paul waiting on the other semi-final match finishing, his phone, I swear to God, I don't know if it was NBC News, Sky Sports News, TNT, but his phone was off the hook, non-stop. I think he's definitely Mr. Popular tonight. If that's him just getting to the final, I would love to be a fly in the wall if he manages to win this. Honestly, wish him the very best. Brian is going to be a formidable opponent, though. He's been like this all day. And I mean, he has been absolutely on fire all day. He's not grinded his way to this final. He's been banging in finishes similar to that there. So like I said, I just hope Paul doesn't do what I did. And although it wasn't deliberate, it was like, well, what an achievement getting to a final. Well done, Stevie boy. And it was a strange feeling. I hope Paul's not in that zone. I hope he's still got that desire that he had at 6-1 down to Bert McAdam. And gives us the classic final that we all want. I tell you what a story it would be. Both of these guys, definite underdogs to win this. I don't think Brian Murray is as big an underdog though. He's been around the block for many a year and always played at a really high level, so it won't be a surprise. But he wouldn't have been fancied before this. 100%. Kevin Robertson, 100%. The thing is, it's not even could have easily. Paul should have won the first frame out of the park. It's not a debate in that. He should have won that frame. The last one there, I think the only thing he did wrong was wait. I think it was maybe a shot too late to bounce the red out. I think if he did that the first time, from the position the balls were, it would have made it a bit more awkward for Brian to play the shot. He's ended up leaving him. So it's just that bit of timing, but there's no doubting that he could have been 2 up, but he definitely should be 1 each at the very least here. He's obviously a strong character. You guys all know him far better than I ever will. But I know Bert McAdam. I've played with Bert for far too many years, and he is unbelievable. Absolutely solid. And at 6-1, Paul won the next frame. And then Paul won the next frame after that, went to 6-3. Bert made a bit of a mistake, and it went to 6-4, and then all of a sudden, Bert was making mistakes that you would not expect. And I was watching from a distance. From where I'm sitting, I can see almost all the tables. And I was looking at the score and thinking, that can't be right. Bert was miles in front. That should be done by now. But what was happening is Paul piled the pressure on. He didn't go away. He didn't let it get to him. And all of a sudden, the match turned on its head. So, as I say, you know him better than me, but what I've seen from him today is he's got the eye of the tiger, that's for sure. He doesn't give up. That is a great asset to have. One of the biggest attributes you can have is the never say die mentality. So 104, 105 people watching. I'm going to guess that 95 of yous are for clacks. Now the 2 yellows go, he just doesn't want to land in between. I think if he's got a choice, he would rather be probably close to the black spot, would just about do him. Perfect. The whole population of the Shire is on YouTube right now on Scottish Q Sports live streaming. And I don't blame you. He's got that. He's obviously got that in the locker, Danny. He's the kind of guy that seems to me that, that yellow obviously doesn't pass into the bottom right corner then. He's obviously one of them, doesn't take too much notice of the score, just more play the next frame and that's it, and then deal with it from there, which is, I think that's a Liam Dunster type attitude. The score doesn't really matter because you can only play the next frame anyway, so, and it's probably a mentality and a thing that most days could take in. But there's the mistake. I think that yellow may have just sneaked past. As I say, guys, I can see the table from here. And I think what he had to do was just play it in off the top jaw. And the only problem we would have had, in fact, it's not a problem because the black goes in the left middle. So I think because it didn't go clean, I think that's Danny's way of telling us how he's the main man, and if he was in the seniors, he would have won it. Aye, that's Paul's a cracking player. See last night when I hammered him. It's class, that, isn't it? Oh, what a player, man. We had some game last week, I hammered him. Delete. Paul, I think everyone will agree he's made a mistake now in the 3 frames we've played. And he doesn't want to keep making mistakes that lead to losing the frames. Listen, he has to be on the county A team, surely. Is he not? Ah, come on. Can't be a Scotland international. There's only one guy I know that was like that, and that was me. Playing for Scotland and couldn't get into the Glasgow A team. And I would get told things like, but it's because we've won so many titles. Half of the team couldn't hold a queue. Well, I heard he's moving to the east end of Glasgow, so we'll bring him in. We might have a place in the D team for him. That's how it works in the big city. You can't be getting put in a good team. Nobody knows you. I think he's been absolutely phenomenal. Credit to everyone. Every single person on supporting him. He did. I mean, his phone did not stop ringing, and he was getting all sorts of messages. Let's hope for everyone that supports him that those messages of congratulations are more confined after the final, because he's managed to get over the line in spectacular fashion. But right now, he's playing against a man absolutely possessed. There's a first mistake from Brian Murray. I really don't think that was a shot. And I think he's got away with it, because if he just bounces it red at the top of the table out, I think Paul will have his work cut out, opening up the pocket and being on his last yellow. But one thing's for sure, he's going to have to try. It's exactly the shot that I expected him to play, but he's played it even better. There was always a risk of leaving an edge of the yellow, but I don't think he has. Now, does Paul play this with pace and try and knock the yellow on at the same time, or does he just be clever and get the hit? surely, is it you? Listen, guys, Danny cannot be beating a Scottish Championship finalist, taking him to task, taking him to school, and he's not in the Clacks A team. I tell you what, I hope the Glasgow team's not in that group. That must be some outfit. Surely not, Kevin. Surely it's not a face fits. It can't be one of the areas. If you play for a specific league team, you managed to get in the Clacks team? No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm going to have to get Ken Boone to investigate this. And just remember, guys, there's a good Clacks. That just tells you I've got my eye in the Clacks. I've managed to get one of your top guys into the Scotland men's B team, Mikey Pauly, who is an absolute brilliant player. Was picked for my team going to Ireland in 2 weeks. He's doing something right up there. Definitely some talent in the Shire. Let's keep doing what you're doing, guys. We've got a guy in the final here. That's the way to do it. And he's got a legend, Pete Smith, who's wore every t-shirt under the sun. When you talk about being there, done it, wore the t-shirt, what a guy. And it is going to be wow. You know, that's a couple of balls I've seen just not drop in that pocket. And is this the opportunity that Paul has been craving after making 2 mistakes? In fact, a few mistakes. He has to get these. He has to get them. The clotto grip, Paul, all you have to do is just flick it. Touch aside. Don't go too. Don't go too. It'll come short. Yeah, see, he's trying to go 2 cushions there. It's never the shot. The cloth is brand new, too slidey. He could have just flicked that with a trace aside. He would not have moved. I'll need to have a word with him then. I'll need to have a word with Mikey. Tell him we can't be doing that. Yeah, good shot, Paul. Is that next week? If that's next week, it's whereabouts is the Scottish doubles? There's a good chance I will be, because I've been earmarked to do all the Scottish Championships that's possible. This weekend was a tough one for me, but I managed to get here today to do the business end of the tournament. Corner pocket, yeah, it was in there last year as well. So if it can be set up for me to do comms 100%, I'll be through in the corner pocket. I know it's quite tight space-wise. You can be sitting really close to the tables. If there's a way that Yorkie or whoever, I don't know if it's Craig that's coming through to do it, but if there's a way to do it where there's a side room, is it dartboards and that in there, maybe they can have it in there. If so, then I would love to come through and do that. That would be good. I have to say, guys, he made hard work of that. That's been the hardest he's had to work for a frame, and he's ended up getting it. So if it's a sign of things to come, we already know he's not going away. But if he can make things a bit easier on himself, he's got a chance here. And no matter what, in any final, as long as you play the table, all you can do is take your chances when they come and try and minimise the mistakes. Cheers, Pedro. Legend, absolute legend. Ah, now we're talking. The Cope Bridge Brigada have arrived. Eddie Cassidy. Is that you just home, Eddie boy? As bad as you say that, Danny, I just picked up a pint of water and had a big drink of it. It's been over 2 years, nearly 26 months since my last drink. I was never a big drinker anyway, so it's not a major, but I think I must just be enjoying myself today. I think it's just when you're happy, all of a sudden, you start talking nice about people. But then again, how can you talk bad about somebody that there's nothing to say bad about? Goes for yourself, mate. But I don't know if I'm happy with this croon captain stuff. If you play for the croon, you get in the captain team. The county team. I have to have a word with Mikey about that. If that's the case, he's going to have to come and sign for my Glasgow team. This is tough. The Reds are really awkward. Really, really awkward. Red on the left cushion, red on the top right cushion. The red just below the yellow at the right hand side is what he's going to play just now. There's a few of the... I honestly, I'm going to click onto a Flat Earth page tonight and there'll be a big picture of Clackmannan and they'll be saying, Mikey said the Earth is flat, but if you play for Croon, it turns back into a globe. I love a good conspiracy, me, I must admit. Conspiracy to fact. Well, a fact is indeed not a conspiracy, so Paul, unfortunately, I actually don't mind the fact he went for that double there. It looked tight. Kind of shot to nothing, trying to take the cue ball down towards the yellows. I think he was planning on maybe playing a snooker or playing the yellow across after that. It looks like I'm going to have to send a written letter. It's funny when you see a written letter. What does that mean? Does that mean you get letters that nothing's written on them? A typed letter, a written letter, I don't know. I'm going to have to ask a question though. Unless we get to the Super 15s. Remember guys, it's coming soon. The Scottish Super 15s. Petticoat Bay. I'm expecting Kev to be the star man in that team. Now, Paul, this is a chance to get back on level terms, and I have to say, it might not be easy, but these are the chances you have to take. The yellow closest to the red on the left-hand side is definitely the one problem ball. He could try and move it. Why move a ball that already goes. And I think I'm actually surprised he screwed into that there. I don't think he had to, but he's okay. He just had to make sure he missed the middle pocket. It's held up well. Looks like he's gonna screw back past that. He's gonna want to leave the right angle. It's not perfect, but he's gonna have a shot. I'm actually surprised he didn't come a bit further. If he came a bit further down and played for the one down the left right now, he would have had quite a simple drop in. Yellow for the black into the middle. He's going to have a tough. I think he's just about okay. He has to watch the middle pocket here. I don't think he can get too close to this black stunning on and off the cushion. Might want to screw high just below the middle. Needs confidence. Gets it. And it's 2-all here, guys. I'm going to put the cursor on. I believe it's going to be 2 frames apiece here. Fantastic finish by Paul McCormick. And everyone, you're better hanging on to your seats because we've got a match in our hands here. Fantastic stuff from Paul. He definitely went the hard way at that last yellow. It was a fantastic shot and a brilliant effort. Wasn't the easiest of blacks in the world, nice and tricky. But he took it out well. Well done to Paul McCormick. Brian Murray now knows he's in a game, and those couple of mistakes in the first couple of frames, you could argue Paul could be 4-0 up here. Brian will feel like he had a couple of sniffs himself there. So the story of the match so far is both of these guys have been chipping things back and forward. Is that the pressure of playing in a national championship final? Kev just roared, and that's Pablo's fault. Stick a set of earphones on the youngin. Just make sure you don't turn the volume up loud. That was some finish. I've been well impressed with Paul. Everything I've seen of him today. He's definitely proved himself, and he's got nothing to prove anymore. As like I said, he felt a bit of pressure getting into the Scotland setup. He felt like he started to try too hard to justify it. And look what happens when you just go and enjoy it. I think that red does pass. He's having a look. I think it does go into the left middle. If it does, there's only one awkward ball. And that's Only awkward if he can't land on it. It goes into the right middle. In an ideal world here, he gets on the red to the left middle. And then he just drops it in, comes round between the gap, plays the one into the right middle. Yeah, he's overplayed that. He's not going to have a shot now. He wanted to get back up, take the one into the left middle, drift between the gap. I don't know if it passes the yellow. I wonder if it passes. Now, if this red passes into that left middle, he's going to have a massive chance. Why so hard, Paul? Why so hard? He's trying to get all the way out. I feel if he dropped it in, he would have had either red into the right middle or the bottom right. I had to look twice for a second there. At first I thought he said, whose wife are you using? And it turns out to be Wi-Fi, so fair enough. The referee has been called to the table here. Just had an interruption there because Mr. Monsieur, Danny Turner, was worried that he was in the top corner of the screen. Said, no mate, that's the sponsors. I don't know if the referee was just to see if it was touching. If it was, it kind of doesn't make sense because he was always going to play that pot. It's one of the moments in pool that always baffles me. I don't know. Paul's asked the referee to check and see if it was touching. I don't understand why. I have to feel that Robbo is going to have to turn up in Petticoat Bay and play like an absolute demon. Well, the Croon conspiracies will continue long into the week after. This has been a good response here from Brian Murray. Had to hit back after losing the 2 frames. And get back into the lead in the SPA Scottish Seniors Championship final. Paul going to have a little moment to himself in the toilet. Did we ever find out what the prize pot is? What's that for? Is it for this event? Is it? Are we talking about the counties? If it's for this one, it's 700 to the winner, 350 to the runner-up. Semi-finalists got 175 each, quarterfinals 100 each, the last 16 got 50 each, but it's 700 to the winner. Now don't quote me on it, guys, but there might have been a deal done between the two guys. But don't quote me on that. I just seen them having a conversation before it. They might have been talking about what they were going to have for dinner after this match. But there is £1,050 in the pot for today, for today's finalists, should I say. Not a bad return for your weekend's work on the pool table. Has to be Reds. I wonder if he's got a good enough angle to kick into the red on the cushion first. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's the way. He has to play it now. Has to play it right now. Now, drop this in. Don't take any chances. Don't look the gift horse in the mouth. Drop it in. Play the one to the bottom right. Play the one in the bottom left corner. Come across the table to the same side the cue ball's at right now. And take the one in the top left. Then the one in the top right. Then the black. He's mapped it out. Do not go up the stairs just now. Stay down here. That's the way. You just have to get over to the right hand side of the table. He's going to have to be cute though. He's going to have to just miss the yellows. You want to be probably 6 inches down. Don't be playing for gaps. A tough shot this, I think. Playing for the gap is a lot tougher than trying to get over to the right hand side. He could play it really aggressive and go off the cushion and out towards the black. He's to hold up. Yeah, that was a worry. I didn't like that. I think if he just plays to go that little touch higher, he's missed the yellows by about 2 inches there. If he goes a bit higher over towards maybe 6 inches down from the middle cushion, the middle pocket, I think if he played it that way, even if he decided to play it hard, as I say, he's coming out towards the black and he's going to have a choice of both. But I think everyone that's played the game, when you try and find the gap, more often than not, you end up overplaying it. And it looks like it's going to be a total snooker. So, is playing for that gap gonna be what costs them this frame? It looks like it's not. You look where the cue ball's landed. There is no way that Brian Murray was trying to get himself up there. I think it was one of them. He's overhit it. He's overcompensated. He's forced it. I think it was just a drop in. If he just dropped it in, it's so many options. But Paul McCormack is out to punish him. You can screw off the side cushion and through the gap between the yellows. That'll keep you away from any middle pocket and take away the chance of a snooker. He's trying to avoid the yellow on the side. I think screwing off the side cushion and back out is a shot there. But listen, what I will say is if your opponent missed and left you there, would you be unhappy? No, you would jump off your seat and absolutely sail this in. So, you have to be absolutely confident in yourself. You're at the table, your opponent isn't. And then you go get the black. Fantastic. Talk about making it hard for yourself. But he's done the hard work again. And it's another good black. And it is 3 frames all in the SPA Scottish Seniors Championship Final. Brian Murray 3, Paul McCormack 3. Scottish Q Sports live streaming. Shooters, Pool and Sports Bar, BG Kitchen. And I am Walker, the talker. Stevie Walker. Here to keep you guys going throughout this final. And thank you very much to everyone tuning in. It is appreciated. The amount of clacks guys on here, see if Paul wins this, he's all better jump on that donation button and fire some wages to the commentator. 50 quid a head should do it. Up the road with 4 grand. Players have been here here all weekend. What did you get? 100 quid, mate. So big chance here to go back in front. The yellows are all there. Nothing is easy in a final of this magnitude. However, when opportunities come, you do have to take them. So far, both guys have been knocking chances back and forth to each other. Yeah, sell a football here to get that 50 in. And I think he's going to want to get back to the left-hand cushion here. Take the yellow into the bottom left corner. And it will open up the frame for the last 3 yellows. But he has to land on it. He has to get back. Doesn't want too big an angle. He would actually be happy if he was straight on the cushion. And that's perfect. He didn't want too much. Played it at the right type of pace. Oh, there you go. If you've got hot water, Chief, you better be the first guy to hit that donation button. actually surprised he didn't just nudge down a little touch there. And then he could play the bottom yellow into the bottom right corner, then middle yellow, and then bottom right corner again. And he's going to have to change that route now. And I think it's more difficult this way. Going to screw back on to the black now. He might decide to just come back an inch. Yeah, I don't mind that. S-Tile. Right, that's it indeed. Brilliant stuff. Brian Murray. One from the break. And what a way to get back in front. This match looking like it's going to go all the way. Superb finish from Brian Murray. Is Paul getting a ball to hit back? I don't think he is, it's dry. Now, has he left anything that sticks out obvious? I don't know if the red in the middle of the two yellows will go into the left middle. He's looking at it just now. If it does, there's no doubt reds are definitely the balls. If it goes in the bottom left corner, which I don't think it does, I think you had a look at that. I think the shot is going to be dropping on it into the left middle. Absolutely perfect here. Not sure I would have played it that way. I'm thinking he could have just dropped that in and took the red into the bottom right corner, but obviously had a bit more angle than it looked on the screen. You have to take your hat off here. This is going to be two cracking dishes in a row. And in any final, in any match, in any frame, these two have been absolutely first class. Well done, Brian Murray. He's got that head of steam again. You sometimes have to just tip your hat that was some finish. Like I said, guys, you can watch the stream back to the start of the day when I tipped this man to go on and win it. He's still got a long way to go. And I have got it doesn't bother me in the slightest who wins this final. I just hoped that it was going to be a right good one for everyone to watch. There's been a lot of mistakes in it. A lot of frames chipped back and forward, which I expect in a final. We can't all, with Mark Boyle, Liam Dunster, Jason Shaw, Scott Gillespie, we can't be these guys that just go on and blow on finishes for fun. However, the guy I've seen today that seems to have that bit extra when it comes to taking out the finishes has been Brian Murray. And for me, he's good value for his lead right now. It looked as if he was almost dropping his cue onto the table. Now, he's not got a straightforward finish here on any set. It looks like the red closest to the cushion at the top left will go. If he can drop on it, he can just pull the cue ball back. So that leaves one red slightly awkward towards the left middle. He can play it in the right middle. He can play it in the bottom left. He can play it in the top right. So, as I say, slightly awkward. But there is an opportunity here. I tell you what, I think Brian will get these. He might decide to just drop through just now for the one into the bottom left corner. I think he might drop on that right now. And in doing so, he should land on the one to the top left. I think that was his plan, but I don't know why he came so short. I don't think he intended to stop there. I think if he pushed through another 2 inches, he would have been absolutely perfect. He might have got away with it and landed in the one to the middle. I don't think he has. I really don't. Again, guys, cheers to everyone tuning in here live in Scottish Q Sports streaming. I think you'll all agree the job that Craig Anderson does is second to none. The under-23 Scottish Championship finals today, played in Player Sports Bar. Which Gio Edgar won, by the way, from 8-5 in the final against Ryan Erskine. Well played, young Ryan. Nobody took more than 2 off Gio the full day. Gio is the under-23 Scottish champion. But right now, the Scottish seniors, Brian Murray 5-3 up. And as I say, Craig Anderson had the Scottish under-23s, the Scottish Seniors Championship, the Scottish County Snooker. That man all over the place. And he, thanks to him, we're getting to watch so much quality stuff in Scotland and the world of Q Sports. It is absolutely exceptional. The only thing that I have to say is take a bow. Take a bow, Craig Anderson. You deserve all the plaudits that come your way. He's not came far enough here. I think he's going to take this into the bottom. He's going to take it in the middle. He's going to try and ghost it in. Ah, superb. Well, guys, Brian Murray's found a different gear. And this is the gear I've seen all day. As I say, the start of this match was a bit temperamental. It wasn't the Brian Murray that I've seen. But right now, all of you guys at home are getting to see the reason why I tipped Brian to win this event. He's now 6-3 up, and that is, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 dishes in a row. Yeah, 3 cracking finishes in a row. We're just under 200 viewers. We want to bet most of them are from Clacks, but there is a number of the Coatbridge guys on tuning in to support Brian. But I think everyone watching, as much as we all want our guys to win, we've got a bunch of guys that just appreciate good pool. And right now, it's coming from Brian Murray. I think he's going to take yellows here. And they're all there again. The yellow that he'll play into the right middle is the perfect ball for the one into the bottom right corner. The one at the top is into the top right corner, which is perfect for that one in the middle. The map is already there. So these are all ready mapped. Brian just has to connect the dots. For me, the only awkward shot is getting on the black. I must admit, guys, I probably wouldn't have even come up so soon. I might have left these 3 to last. Took the one closest to that red at the right middle into the bottom and just screwed out just beyond the kind of blue spot area. The way Brian's playing right now, he's just simply feeling it. We've got an argument, guys, that Paul could have been 2-0 up, should have been at least 1 each. And there's a mistake that nobody expected. And you know what, guys? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that that is because, for me, he didn't have to move anything. Just take the balls away down the bottom, go up to the top, pot the one in the top, pot the one in the middle, pot the one in the bottom. Just screw up the table ever so slightly and drop the black in. The overcomplicated manner he's tried to then kick the red, knowing that, yeah, the chance is he'll land on one of the yellows. However, the red's close to the middle pocket. Now, I'm sorry, and the guy I've spoke about on this, Pete Smith, who has been there, done it, won numerous things at all different levels, will tell you, the one place you try not to kick a ball is something that's hanging over a pocket, unless there's something to block it. There's nothing to block it. He's taking the cue ball towards the middle pocket to kick something out in a very short window, and that short window led to an in-off. So for me, this is a gift that Paul cannot afford not to take. He has to accept it. He has to grab it with both hands. He's obviously thinking about the red close to the black spot. which is fine. But he will have to remember that it goes in numerous other pockets other than the bottom ones. He could double the red at the top left-hand corner across and take the pocket that the black is over. And once he's got that pocket, he can play his way into the frame. If he doubles it over and gets it in there first shot, even better. So he's just bounced it out, which is fair enough. The finish is there. It's not easy, but the finish is there. I wonder if the red just next to the black spot will just sneak past the yellow at the bottom right corner. Oh, it looks so tight, but it looks like maybe it might just slide in off the bottom jaw. Now this shot he's about to play, I think I would have been playing it from the double first, and then if you don't get it from the double, you can then use the red that he's just potted and put that in there. So he would have given himself 2 chances to play that same shot, but make himself massive favourite in the frame. Now I don't think that black will go, but I think he's got a shot to screw into it right now. A shot to screw into it. He just needs to nudge it. He's going to be on the yellow at the bottom left. Maybe Brian feels he can just sneak it inside it, but needs to move it. Needs to land. I don't think that just passes. So he's going to have to take the one over the pocket first here. Oh, he's forcing the issue. He's got away with it. So this frame has turned a bit. It's turned a bit on its head. Although I think it's quite a straightforward hit if he goes up and down to the yellows at the bottom right corner. I'm surprised at this. He could open the entire table. Why is he not going up and down? I don't understand that. If he goes up and down, he's not going to leave a shot to the left-hand side. I'm really surprised at Brian there. He's not even had a look. But what an opportunity. The opportunity of a lifetime. He's overhit that. He's going to have to take this in the middle. He's then going to have to take the one over the top right pocket. And then he's going to have to come down and take the one at the bottom, one at the top, and then the black. That is most definitely the harder route. Now, we could have probably just dropped that in and got his cue ball there. I don't know if he was trying to maybe force it in and get back across. I don't think that was ever going to happen. And he's back at the table again. The black's tight. I don't think he's going for a finish here, but I don't know if he can play a snooker. I don't know if he can play a snooker here. That is one way to play an attacking safety. Yeah, good hit. I think that was a big issue there. It was never going to be a tough one to get out of. One cushion, simple enough shot. The only thing Paul wanted to make sure of is that he didn't go up and disturb that black. He's going off the bottom cushion here. It's not bad, but still a simple enough escape. Was he going to go one? He's going to go one cushion off the bottom. This is tough. This will slide. He's going to have to... Yeah, he's digging into it anyway because of the angle. This will slide. Has he overcompensated enough? Good hit. Thanks again, every single person, for tuning in. Without the viewers, there's no point in streaming. There's definitely no point in me travelling all the way, paying fuel costs and keeping myself going with fluids and grub if there's nobody watching. So big appreciation. And Craig, the Scottish Q Sports streaming, does it better than anyone. So massive thanks. It really is a whole lot better with everyone tuning in. Looking at his angle again, I like what he's doing here. He seems to have a routine. He's lined it up from where... see what he's doing. I like it. I like his idea. I tell you what, he's got a good idea. Looking at where he would hit on the way down to get close to the ball that he's actually going to play, and then just follow on that same line. I like it. Good routine, good technique, and another cracking hit. Full end to the table, one cushion. I wonder if Brian will decide at any point to have a go. Well, I think the black is obviously the problem. Yeah, good shot. Now, same again. Now, he was miles away from the line. And for me, that was always the way. Widen the angle. If you miss it one way, you're coming back the other. The only problem he would have had is if he was just inside it, it would have been cushion, red, and off. Well, that has come rumbling back out. It looked to me like that was in. But it's not. It's on the table still. And this is the chance, the opportunity that Mr. McCormack. Oh, he was close to the black there. Wow. Whoa. 6 frames to 4 looming in the Senior Scottish Championship Final, brought to you by the Scottish Pool Association, live on Scottish Q Sports Streaming with me, Stevie Walker the Talker, and Paul McCormack. That's black away from getting within 2. All to play for here, guys. Stay tuned. Dave, I'm starting to think you've got shares in Supreme, mate. Looked to me like it spun round the pocket 43 times and then did a backflip back out, landed in the black spot, and the rest is history. I don't know what's going on with the music in here. It sounds like some kind of Greek stuff has come on and people are going to start smashing plates in a minute. Paul away for another brief bathroom break. think this goes down as a chance. The brief disappearing act there, guys. I had to go for a comfort break, as they usually call it in the pool world. I'm saying the pool world, the IPA world. Every time I've been on the comms, on the TV with the guys, he's away for a short comfort break. I don't know how comfortable they think some of these toilets are, but I've never walked in and there was a massage chair and some pampering equipment. You come back out, sometimes feeling worse than when you walked in, but Paul, I have to say, mate, this is the way to do it. The last frame was a grind. This one, that's how it's done. 6-5. What a final we have here, guys. I have to say, I think this goes down as one of the biggest breaks in this match. One good break from level terms. One bad break from going 7-5 down. He's got the good break. He's got a chance. This is the way to 6-all. I said it earlier, I don't know if any of you guys were watching. I played Mark Boyle in here in the Scottish a couple of years ago. I was 6-1 down. I went into the toilet, came back out absolutely flying. Before you know it, I was 7-6 down from 6-1. What a match it was. Tam McCallum had a struggle today. He was 4-0 down, went into the toilet, came out flying. Guys, I don't know what's happening in the toilets and shooters, but they are a magical place to get your form back. What a chance for Paul McCormick to take this match into a best of 3 Scottish Championship Seniors final. What has he done there? What has he done? Why is he not just jabbing into the red? What is he doing? I'm starting to think there's an aeroplane in the toilets. Everybody comes out flying. I'm starting to have too many of these dad jokes. I'm sorry, Brian, but I think it's a red to the top left-hand corner. What is going on? Is it just me, or did that camera do a bit of moving there? It's attached to the ceiling, so that makes me think it's very strange. Yeah, that's the shot. And he's landed absolutely perfect to just drift round the back of the red. He just needs to drift round the back of it. must have been must have been a plane taking off in the toilets there. Camera was rattling there. So, red on the left cushion is the only awkward ball that I can see now, because he's absolutely perfect to get on the one in the middle. Just needs to screw up towards the middle, the yellow over the left middle. Well, I'll say over it, but just below it. If he gets close enough, he could decide to screw right up onto it just now and then take the red inside the yellow cushion first at the bottom left. That's his last ball. The options are there, but he's overthinking things. I don't like that. Right, that's perfect. Now, that has to be the option. That red inside the yellow must be cushion first, just off the knuckle, is what he's looking at. That has to be his last ball. You better watch, mate. One of those jet engines might end up hoovering something up. This is a chance you feel. I'm surprised he's not stopped the cue ball there. Why is he pushed through like that? He's going to have to take the one in the middle now. He can't hold, surely he can't hold. Maybe he feels he can. Well, he's overcooked it a bit. Just a couple of green extra for me, Chief. It's tough. He just came a touch too far. I didn't think he could hold it, to be honest. I didn't think he could hold it. I think where he landed meant he had to take the one into the middle and then the one to the bottom and go back upstairs. He opted to stay upstairs. I think he has to take his medicine now and take the one into the middle. You get a bit further away from the red, but for me, I don't see many other options, because the way he has to play this, he's got to catch the side knuckle first. He knows the shot here, and there's nothing more he can do but just commit to it. Can he pass that yellow? I think he just about can. He's taking his medicine now. And after, I have to say he went the wrong way. Ryan will know that himself once he watches this back, but I think he's taking his medicine. It's a black off the spot type shot. Screw onto the yellow. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Brian Murray. He's this black away from going on the hill. He is on the hill at 7-5, Brian Murray. Paul, I honestly can't figure out what he was doing. He had to just jab that in, cannon the red, and then the yellows are absolute roll-ins. Is that the pressure of a final? Is that little step too far that sometimes the thought process just goes away? Only Paul will know what happened there. But one thing we all know is he is now 7-5 down. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the Seniors Scottish Championship final. An underdog story has been what this weekend is all about. The so-called big names in Scottish Seniors pool have all fell by the wayside. And Paul McCormick has came from the depths of despair to get himself into this final. But he now has to do it again as Brian Murray breaks off on a chance to win the Scottish title. He's got a ball. Has he got a chance? Not only does he have a chance, it's a chance that I expect Brian Murray will take. He just has to screw the yellow into the bottom left corner, screw onto the red, and all these yellows. Oh, he's going to go reds. He's going to go reds. Surely the yellows are the balls. Am I tripping? Surely the yellows are the balls there. Please tell me I must be wrong. He just had to screw that yellow into the bottom left corner and just nudge onto the red. And he's got the yellow down the cushion, yellow to the middle, yellow to the left middle, yellow to the top, yellow to the right middle, and black. I mean, it doesn't get, I don't think it gets any easier to map out. Wow. Well, let's see if Brian gets these. Well, I think I might have been through a bit of turbulence there. I don't know what's happening. Listen, now I know I'm definitely right. Now I know I am 100% right because Bullet Head Paul McIntyre just told me I'm wrong. So that's just cemented that. I've got no doubts now. I'm sorry, Paul, but you only need to witness what the Reds were never the balls. Never in a million years. You only need to look at the yellows. The yellows were there from the start. Shout out to Craig and Rab on the Tom Cruise in the shed watching the final, having a game of pool. I don't think Sundays get any better than that. Cheers for tuning in, guys. The only way you're taking the seniors by storm, Danny boys, if you turn up with a guitar and start singing to everybody. And I've got no doubt, mate, you're good at that. You pull out a cue, my man. It better have strings on it. And credit where it's due, Danny. He's good on the guitar and the singing. Definitely, man. Hey, Del Boy, how are you, mate? Down in Blackpool, tuned in. Shout out to Derek Welsh and Paul Mack. Good to see that you're back in the closet, back under your rock, back under the covers, whatever you want to call it. Nonsense. The Reds were the balls. Yellows were the balls every day of the week here. This match would be over. This championship would be over. Brian Murray would be our champion if he took yellows. No doubts in my mind. But Paul McCormick, for me, is still in this because of it. I told you guys, there was just too much work to do, too many problems that could occur on these Reds. There was absolutely none on yellows. Your first shot, pot the yellow in the bottom corner, can in the red, that's it. Are you waiting to turn it off here? I'll hurry up, Craig. I will hurry up and get them. I'll get them to speed up. We need to get them on the shot clock, mate. You see that, guys? Craig is actually sitting in the Q Club right now so that he can remotely end the stream when this is all over. That's devotion for you. I mean, he could just send me a message and tell me what buttons to press and that would be it, but I understand the meticulous nature of my main man, Craig. And I also understand that he has made a big mistake here, Brian Murray. And I told you guys, the only chance Paul McCormick had to stay in this match was by Brian Murray taking those Reds. What are you talking about? He wasn't on it. He was only yellow. The lowest yellow right now, closest to the bottom left corner. Paul McIntyre. It's no laser treatment you need, mate. It's hatchet treatment. I honestly do not know what you were watching, Mr. McIntyre. You go back to after the white was planted and send me a still that he could not pot that bottom yellow. He was on it, absolutely perfect. So I am sorry, there is no other thing in mind here other than that was a huge chance. Oh, wow. The thin nick off the black made the black a bit more awkward. And he's not left anything easy here for Paul. Has to be careful. Does not want to leave a shot at all for Brian. As if Brian can ghost the red up inside the black. He becomes a big favourite here. If he leaves him on a double, there's a chance he can get the double, and again, that would be the chance to end the match and the contest as a contest. Is he taking this in the bottom? He's not going to get it. He's a long way off. Now, is it no guts, no glory? The cross back double. Use the yellow as a cushion. Red to the top left corner for the black. Thank you, Lloyd. I'm glad someone's seen exactly what I seen from the start. It baffled me instantly. And we're now in this situation because of it. It made no sense whatsoever to take Reds. They were never the balls. Never in a million years. But he's at the table. He's got 2 reds, and if he cross doubles this, there's a good chance he'll be on his last one. Oh, it's came out. It's came out. It's spun the pocket. Kind of like the way you see in golf when the ball rolls around the edge. It looks like it's going to go in, but it just kind of flips out at the last second. And I have to say, very, very fortunate it didn't go, because he wouldn't have been on that red, and very fortunate not to go in off, because it would be 7-6. Can he get this up inside the black? Is he just going to touch it? An aggressive type safety. I don't know if he's left anything. I mean, it would be some shot from Brian if he could drop it in and then bring the cue ball back and find a gap. I just can't see it happening. I think it's a lot tougher than it looks. Well, not a bad shot. You can see he's put Brian in a bit of trouble here. But I tell you, it's got to that squeaky bum time. There can't be any mistakes from Paul McCormick, or he is going to be a runner-up. No disgrace in that. However, that is not what he would have wanted when he stepped into this final. That's a decent shot. He's tried to get the pocket. Of course he has. He's tried to make it awkward. Now, has Paul got... Has he got it in the tank to play the slow roll snooker? Has he got it in the tank to play the long yellow to the top right-hand corner? Has he got it in the tank to cut the yellow into the right middle? He's got no more options other than that. He's going for the slow roll snooker. This is not easy. And he's left the plant. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind that he played it that way. I think in his mind, just touching the yellow out, he's not been confident in it, and in doing exactly what he has done, he's overcompensated by overhitting. Now the thing is, I think that's the problem, Anton. He has tried to put the white back across, but you could see there he was always, if he goes too far, he's going to leave the red to the top corner. If he doesn't come far enough like he's done, he's going to leave some kind of shot. However, I think if he slow rolled that, nice touch, and then he's won this frame. But instead, he's given a chance to Brian that he will be hoping is not the chance to end this match. Anton, get yourself up. I never told you to roll down the stairs, mate. And there's no chance that's going to be slow. chances that have to be taken. Paul McCormack, I do believe, is about to get back within one. I don't know why he didn't just drop that in and then just play the yellow to the opposite middle, and then depending on his angle he can decide to put it in the middle again or put the yellow into the bottom corner. Either bottom corner. There was no need to come away down for that one just now. He should be okay, but I have to say it was a strange choice of shot. Just drop it in. You've got so many options by playing the yellow that's highest of the two. And I don't blame him for doing this. He has to take it to the top. He's landed awkward. Good shot. Now, just a stun off the bottom cushion and back up towards the middle of the table. Exactly the shot. And Paul is going to get back within one here. I have to feel that that is a frame that should have led to Brian winning the title, but he took the wrong balls. When he goes home, and if he watches it, he will know exactly the mistake that was made. Massive break. Is there a chance in there? Well, guys, look at the Reds. There's not much of an opportunity to start off on the yellows. The Reds are all there. I think he was worried about the chance of drifting behind the yellow there, but I don't think he had to worry about it, because even if that was possible, he's got other Reds as options. I think that's came from the first shot, because he's been a bit worried about going too far, and in turn he didn't go far enough, so he's had to force it in, but he can get downstairs now. Absolutely perfect. Well, this is the shot. that will decide whether we go to a decider or not. Simple enough. Pot the ball. The cue ball will take care of itself. And it does indeed. It's going to be a breaking dish. Barring a mistake. He just has to screw across anywhere in the bulk line. A little stun shot. Was he going to screw back towards the yellow? No, just a stun across. Perfect stuff. And it is 7 frames apiece in the final of the Scottish Pool Association Seniors Championship. Sorry, Seniors Masters. Absolutely incredible. It all comes down to this. It started yesterday morning, and on Sunday night we have got ourselves a 1 frame shootout for the Scottish Championship. That is in the seniors event, brought to you by the Scottish Pool Association. We're in Shooters Pool and Sports Bar in Kilmarnock. We're live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. I am Stevie Walker, aka Walker the Talker. And I must admit, guys, this is probably the way everyone would want it to be. If you're a neutral, that is. If you have any allegiances, you want your man just to get it one out the park. But we're here right now in a decider to crown a new Scottish champion. And it will be our 4th Scottish champion in a number of weeks. Like I said before, we've got young Jamie McPherson Jr. in the under-15s. We have Preston McInnes in the under-18s. We have Gio Edgar in the under-23s. We still have the men's and the ladies to go. We still have, I think we have the Masters and Grandmasters and stuff to go. However, right now, it's the seniors. Dermot Disher Docherty. How are you, mate? Wow. Hope you're good, my main man. It's been far too long. Need to get a catch up, man. Definitely need to get a catch up. Gotta be about Fleetwood Mac, man. This could be the finish of the match by a long, long way. He has to take the ball on the top right now as he's on it. Oh, the Masters has been played. Cheers, Anton. And Martin Jones won the Masters as well. So a lot Yeah, Kyle, that's just been pointed out. I wasn't sure if that was still to be played, but I remember actually seeing the picture of him in the final. So, yeah, Martin Jones, another title for Jonesy boy, but it's a national title. So, we're at the business end of the season where all the Scottish Championships are being played for. The men's is still to go. The qualifiers are just underway. Good luck to everyone in that. I know the ladies are still to go. I'm going to assume then that the Grandmasters is still to be played. But this will be Scottish champion number 5 today over the last few weeks. He's got that very, very thin there. Because I don't think his cue ball was supposed to be anywhere near where it is. And it looked like he jumped off really, really quick. Need to get you out of retirement, mate. It's been far too long. I need to get you to the team. Oh no! Oh. Well, guys, if that is Ray Stewart won the Grandmasters, have I been sleeping for a month? Obviously, I have. So, guys, I've been all over the place. Ray Stewart won the Grandmasters. Jonesy won the Masters. Young Jamie McPherson won the 15s. Preston McInnes won the 18s. Gio Edgar won the 23s. Today we will be crowned with a seniors champion. So there you go. I mean, it is Scottish Championship season. Oh, I must have fell asleep when Jonesy and Ray Stewart won. I do remember it now, but I've obviously just woke up out of some kind of crazy... Do you know what? I'm going to use the excuse that I was only getting a couple of hours sleep a night because of the job I was doing. So, congratulations to all our Scottish winners. Ray Stewart, Martin Jones, Jamie McPherson Jr., Preston McInnes, Gio Edgar. And we will congratulate whoever gets over the line in this decider here. Do you know the mad thing, guys? I think I would have preferred to take the hanger first there and then cut that one in using the natural angle to get down. Guys, what a shot. What a shot that is. I am sorry, but that is absolutely different class. To control a hanger of that pressure and get a cue ball where he's landed is just sensational. He's going to tuck himself in just to be safe. But what a shot that is. By Brian Murray. Can he compose himself? He's nowhere near it. Here we go. Is Brian Murray about to become the seniors Scottish champion? He was my pick this morning. And I got it right. Well done, Brian Murray. Congratulations and commiserations to Paul McCormack. I have to say his run to the final has been first class. Delighted for Paul Mack to have picked him. Delighted for Paul that he got picked. Delighted that he's going to be in Ireland doing his thing. He deserves it. He's been absolutely amazing. But Brian Murray is our Scottish Seniors Champion. Brought to you by the Scottish Pool Association live in in Shooters Pool and Sports Bar Shooters in Kilmarnock. What a place Brian Garrick has put together here. Friday, every single table recaught. Everyone, you don't get it any better than that. So a massive congratulations. And the trophy is about to be presented any minute now, guys. I don't think we'll hear much talking, but I'm sure Craig will want to switch off once the trophy has been handed out. Guys, cheers for everyone tuning in. I really do appreciate it. I've had a good day. I hope you have. Congratulations, Brian. Commiserations, Paul McCormick. And I will see you guys all again soon. I am Walker the Talker. See you later, guys.
Thanks very much, everybody, for staying back to watch the final. Just make a quick presentation. Thanks very much for shooters, for all the staff, Cammy, Agnes, and all the rest of the staff for keeping everybody fed and watered all weekend. Thanks very much for Craig Anderson, Scottish Q Sports live streaming, and Stevie Toker the Walker for doing all the commentary up the back there with his no very loud t-shirt on. So we'll just get into the presentation. Some weekend, really late night last night, loads of fantastic pool getting played. I'm afraid there has to be a winner and a runner-up. Nail biting last frame decider there, but the runner-up of the Scottish Seniors 2024 Championship for Clackmannan, Paul McCormick